Wake up, gamers, because you're listening to the Big Think Dimension with Dan and Bob Video Games.
The abyss is the time that I lost to this roguelite! Oh no!
Chris Wolfhard.
I'm interested in this.
And Dr. Aggro.
The shit remastered.
Here on GigaBoots.
We got the exclusivity on the shit? What a hot get.
So Dan, do you know about the secret room in Symphony of the Night, and that, you know, that room with like the rock in the middle, you can break through both sides of it and walk through it?
Yeah, I know about this. Yeah.
Do you know about the secret room that's on the bottom left that you have to go through as the bat, then turn into the wolf and go back through to open?
Yes, it's really bizarre.
Because I learned about that this week, and that is insane.
What's in it?
I think I forget. It's not very. I think in the reverse castle, it's something really useful, and it's not something really useful in the normal castle.
Yeah, if it was something really useful, I would have probably committed to doing that consistently. I remember
also
it being
learned that room with the armor knight and the outer wall, you can press down at the back end and go down into the room that you normally have to use mist to get into.
Oh, you only found out like the Jewel Knuckles room? You're talking about that,
I only
right?
knew about that. I learned about that this week.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's one of the first things I remember learning.
Yeah, no, that's an important.
I've only played Symphony like 3 times.
I'm trying to think of how many times I've beaten Symphony of the Night. It's a big game with really amazing visuals and music, but I don't enjoy playing it as much as many others.
I know I've started playthroughs many times, but I normally don't finish it because it does get a little long in the tooth.
Yeah, once you get to the reverse castle, it's a little bit like, okay, I'm done now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sometimes you just whip Richter's ass and you go, and that's how it went.
The first time I ever beat it, the first time I ever played it was the Xbox version.
Huh.
Wow.
Like, I never had it on PlayStation. I got it on Xbox Live.
That's interesting because you did have a PS1 growing up.
Yeah.
It was a greatest hits game.
All I bought was JRPGs. I owned JRPGs, Tony Hawk 1, and Metal Gear Solid.
Holy shit. Here I am grinding everything I can. Anyways, hey, what's up? You like video games? Me neither. I'm cursed by my last name. Bob leaves this house. I'm like, Bob, it is too late for us to watch this movie. This Crazy Samurai 400 versus 1.
Jesus.
And Aggro, we will talk about that because you want to hear about it. And Chris, too, because holy crap. I'm not kidding. It has Channel Awesome, big epic battle at the end energy. But we'll get to that. The story right now isn't about that. By the way, directed by Yuji Shimomura, the action director for Devil May Cry 3, and stars the guy from Versus. But we're not talking about that. We will get to that. This story is about something else. This story is about me going, Bob, it is too late. We cannot watch this 77-minute film.
Yeah, this incredible epic of 77 minutes. Too much.
You need to leave my house because it's like 3 a.m. and I have been becoming a daytime person. This will ruin everything. Please leave. I take my gummy, my sleepy melatonin gummy. I should be specific to people. And I jump in a voice call with a friend. And I boot Gimmick on PS4. Because I thought I might take a quick swipe at getting a couple trophies before I went to sleep. And somehow... Somehow... tired as fuck, brain liquefying and pouring out of my ears level of barely there, as my friend's telling me all of this shit that is beyond my ability to retain all of in my head space, because I'm that gone. I got the true ending for the first time ever legitimately on the horrible latency-filled PS4 version.
Well, you see, the sauce was, Dan, you were almost asleep, so your brain had 8 frames of input latency.
We were on the same wavelength. Yeah. It's true. It's true. I didn't know certain things about Gimmick. Like there's a room where it just, if you die and then come back, it will always have 5 bombs. So you can push 2 of the bombs each together, get 2 lives, and then kill yourself and just generate infinite lives. I spent something like 30, 40 minutes just trying to get to the room to make the jump to the last secret item. It was like hell. Part of me died in that room as my friends talking about Final Fantasy 13. And I'm just like throwing the star at the wall, trying to bounce it, trying to make the jump. My brain's dead. I'm dying, but this is what I'm doing. Somehow, last hit, last life on that boss at the end of the normal route, which you have to 1cc the game to get the true ending. I just barely killed them. And then much later when I saw someone else stream it, I remembered, oh, right, if you hide in the lower left, they can't hurt you. Man, that would have been helpful. Any of the times I beat Gimmick in the last week, by the way, it's like 14 times.
Deranged.
Anyways, I got all those trophies. Weird thing about that, though, they don't give you the normal mode ending trophy for getting the true ending, so I had to run it. I had to run it again.
So that was the first time you even beat it. You needed the true ending.
On the PS4, yeah. Jeez. Yeah. So then I had to run it again. It also forgot to give me, what was it? The when you get to the final normal level, it's got the 2 dudes with the morning stars and the shields that just straight up do a Dark Souls fight against you. Anyway, it didn't give me credit for killing those guys. So that was another part of the running it again thing. And I'm like, this is the dumbest run ever. Anyways, it's worth noting, right before Bob left, I asked Bob, which is more deranged? Me getting the Platinum Trophy in Gimmick 1 on PS4, or me 100% in Gimmick 2? And Bob was like, I don't know.
I believe I lean towards Gimmick 2.
And then when I did this, multiple people went, so now you don't need to play Gimmick 2, right? I didn't answer them.
He gave like the Anakin stare. It was messed up.
Anyway, so I'm free of Gimmick on PS4. Thank God I never need to play that absolutely miserable version of that game ever again. I did want to say, when it came to marketing our Gimmick stream, I said something like it was the hardest NES game and the most the most unprompted sequel ever made. And calling Gimmick the hardest NES game is a bit of an oversell, but it's hard to tell people in succinct words that grabs their attention. Like how much of a masterpiece the soundtrack, the visuals, and the complexity of gameplay design is in it. Because everything is so hyper over-considered compared to your average NES game. And I think I brought this up maybe in the past. The problem was it came out a year after the Super Famicom did, so none of the retailers gave me remote shit about this Famicom game.
Yeah,
so
that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I should play it and see if it's more evil than Star Tropics, a game that I genuinely believe is satanic.
I would say, see, and this is why I needed to make this clarifying statement to cop to that was just marketing. I think Star Tropics is a much harder game because of that last.
Yeah, that game's a nightmare.
World. Yeah.
Honestly, I think even like the third world where it's like, we're punking you. You better find the right exit or it's back to the beginning for you. It's through this one corner of the wall.
I agree with chat. Higher skill ceiling than Star Tropics, yeah. But Star Tropics wants you to get really good at this really rigidly made game, which is why when Star Tropics 2 breaks that rigid-like nature, you get mad at it. Because it's just now, you can't, they didn't design the things around that now. So it's all falling apart.
Both on the same stream, right? Or like you're close.
Yeah.
Is two easier or harder?
That was like 3 years ago at this point. I think ultimately didn't matter because I was more upset at 2, but I think it was easier. It was just the design goes out the window because it no longer has specific movement style.
Yeah, that makes sense. But I just feel like with Star Tropics 1, it's like we're Japanese developers making a game for the American market. They can rent games. We better make this fucking kill them.
Yeah, exactly. We got the Shadow the Hedgehog cockable Uzi or whatever, right?
Every once in a while, I would see posts like, put in Mike Jones into Smash, and I'm like,
Bro.
No.
Bro.
God, could you imagine they bring back, they do like a remake of Star Tropics for the Switch 2? Like how they just, that's like retro makes it the way they made Punch Out.
Next
Which,
level.
by the
made
way, where
Punch
the
Out.
fuck is, oh, Next Level, not retro, Next Level. Hey, where the fuck's Punch Out? Just port it. It's fine.
Yeah.
No.
It better be fine by the time you're done porting it. Unlike Donkey Kong Country Returns.
Yeah, don't fucking give it to
Forever
God.
Entertainment, please.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Forever
yeah.
Entertainment.
Nothing
I'm
deserves
genuinely surprised Nintendo allowed them to do that, but I guess they're in the we don't give a shit 3DS mode they were in once the Switch 1 was out.
that. Yeah, I think
It's like,
it's
yeah, you can just switch, just ship whatever dog shit on our platform. We don't care.
I think.
I don't know how it happened with Donkey Kong.
I think they just needed product out about Donkey Kong, and that was the quickest and easiest thing because there's the rumors that a Donkey Kong
right exactly
thing is happening.
But you'd think you'd want something of quality to pump up the next
Quality
thing. That's,
takes time.
I know, right?
We'll let Metroid Prime Remake have time, not Donkey Kong Country Returns. Yeah, I love Star Tropics. I grew up with it. Very important game to me emotionally.
I fucking don't. I grew up with it. I have the opposite opinion.
Here's
It's
the
like, oh
thing.
look, it's my shitty cousin who always threw shit at me.
Here's the thing, though. I think the people who are like Mike Jones should be in Smash Bros. It would be so big are insane. Now, am I saying if he was there that I wouldn't really enjoy that moment? No, of course I would. But come the fuck on.
I'm like, look, I didn't grow up with the game. I was introduced to much later when Dan showed me. I was like, no, this game is just terrible. Why would anyone ever like this?
This is my dog that bites people. Do you want to pet it?
Yeah, but I would just have the reaction of like, Ness is in the game. He has a yo-yo and is a little kid. What do you want?
Well,
This character, it's just a kid with a yo-yo. There's nothing more.
But Mike Jones is cool. He's a teenager. He's got drip.
Are you saying Ness does not have drip?
Okay, so lots of funny pictures online have Ness having drip, but I'm gonna say in the text of the game, yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I feel like Ness is supposed to be that picture where somebody put the propeller beanie and gave the balloon to the dog.
Yes.
All I can think with that description is the picture of that actor being like, "Hello, fellow kids."
Yeah, he was cosplaying Ness.
Yeah, obviously.
So aggro.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy Samurai 400 versus 1 is a film Bob checked out for the library on DVD.
Huh.
It was released in 2020.
Yeah, I just saw a thumbnail for that today on some streaming service. I don't remember which.
Amazon Prime actually has it.
Yeah, surprisingly.
It looks better than the DVD, but you would be surprised how little better.
Right?
The whole point of Crazy Samurai 400 versus 1 is that what is it, Sakaguchi?
Yes, that's right.
Is Miyamoto Musashi, and he kills 588 dudes in a one super long no cuts sequence. That's them in the woods cosplaying samurais, and the camera just sort of following it. And occasionally they edit in blood spurts, but there's no blood on any of the swords because how would it have gotten there? They're just going at each other. It is unbelievable that they made this. Now, the funniest thing is Sakaguchi. They filmed this in 2011. In 2018, they took to Campfire to get it funded to finish it. They filmed bookend sequences at the beginning and the end. So then that Sakaguchi is like 8 years older than he was in the entire rest of the film.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I know I look about 8 years younger when I summon my battle chi.
It's very funny.
They do camera work, so you only see him from the back at the beginning of the film.
And then at the end, you get to see him, and then there's a thing that's like 7 years later, and it's like, well, actually, it was 8.
Right.
He is, in fact, the time skip is actually larger than the alleged time skip, a rare feature in a film.
Right. It's so weird because they trick you with the beginning of the movie. The beginning of the movie they filmed at that 7 years later. So it's like filmed like a movie. It has cuts.
Yeah, but it has fixed pattern noise on the fucking camera. And I'm just like, why do you look like this? And then they cut to the rest of it. And I'm like, oh my God, never mind. Why do you look like this?
Yeah, it does. It looks like a film you could watch. The main part of the film, the 77-minute action sequence, is a dude with a camcorder in the woods.
So again, for people who are asleep, this is the Versus dudes. Getting a bunch of dudes to run into the woods and pretend sword fight for 77 minutes.
This is fantastic. I can't believe somebody actually made shitty action game with an opening and ending cutscene the movie.
Yes, it's the closest you'll get to just playing a really bad action game. Like you see the main Takaguchi does like the same moves over and over again.
Uh-huh.
I mean, that's how you kill 400 guys.
The camera is just behind him most of it. Like in a Resident Evil 4 sort of way.
And the part that really, really kicked us making jokes about, we need to make this. We need to make this. But it's just idiot John Wick. And for some reason, so our main character will be stuck in a kill loop, okay? And he has to fight all the greatest warriors of all time, which means he's just shooting a bunch of knights for a huge chunk of the film. Anyway,
like is it in order? Like it opens with him just like he has one of the, like a heavy gun that's normally mounted and is just like mowing down cavemen.
Yes, no, caveman's huge. He looks like that Gendy Tartakovsky thing. He's just fucking ripped, and it's like, yeah, but I have a gun. The part that
upgrades, and it's just like guys with bronze swords for a while.
The part that kicked it into overdrive aggro, which is why it's really funny that you already picked up on this vibe. The part that kicked it into overdrive is he would finish a sequence killing 60 people, walk 30 feet maybe, go behind a wooden pillar on a building, and just pull out a bamboo flask of liquid, pop the top off, and drink it. He did this 6 times in the movie.
Yeah, no, this movie would actually be incredible if it was like maybe a quarter of the length. It just goes too long, and there are too many scenes that are just...
They spent so long in the forest. We were amazed when they got to the era-accurate village that was destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
You need to compare this movie to Kung Fury.
You see, it's very different because Kung Fury is 5 minutes. And this
Isn't it 40? They released a full version of that movie. It's like 40.
Kung Fury. Yeah, no, you
forgot. Right.
You watched that.
Yes.
People really hated it because like the trailer had all, like the first version had all this insane, and then they just go back to like Nordic times and spend the entire movie there.
Yeah. No, I always just remember it being that 5-minute thing they did was fun.
Yeah, and then they did a full feature-length movie, and then they needed to come up with jokes, and I think Maddox is a character in it. Sorry, Maddox. I always say, I think he's one of the Nazis or something. That
would have been, well, that's accurate, but I feel like it would have been too late for that.
Yeah, no, they needed a bunch of shit to fill out the movie because it's such a thin premise.
I found this cleaning up my shed the other day.
Mm-hmm.
Dan, you need to find a really toxically masculine game, and then I'll be a guest and read from the Alphabet of Manliness, Maddox's book that came out like I think it came out when I was in high school, so it would have been 20 years ago.
Which edition do you have? The red one or the blue one?
I think I have the first one, so before they added all the extra shit to the back.
Okay.
I have the one where and if you don't know what that is, chat.
Yeah, there are people who are like, the alphabet of what?
Right.
It's called the Alphabet of Manliness, so it's basically like, you know those cracked type listicles that became popular in like the late aughts? It's like that, but each alphabet letter, it's like ABC is like a chapter, and each one is about something that's manly, as described by this internet nerd who weighs 90 pounds sopping wet. So one chapter is entirely about boobs.
Yeah, C is for copping a feel, and then there's an illustration of the guy driving and slamming on the brakes and then stopping the lady from going forward by grabbing her chest.
Yeah.
So like, okay, we need to go back further. So Maddox is a dude who ran a website where he wrote
called,
articles what was it? The best
the
site
greatest web page in the universe or
Best
something
page
like
in the
that.
universe,
He
yeah.
wrote rage articles. Like
Yeah.
he wrote like if you've ever listened to Lewis Black, like it was
Yes.
akin to that, but in an article form where if you've ever seen an image with a bunch of animals in a pot and the caption, "For every animal you don't eat, I'm going to eat 3," that is from a
That's-
Maddox article screaming at vegetarians. It was
Yes.
that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's just that.
He Maddox was one of the, at least at the time, he became really pathetic later on, and I stopped perceiving him 18 years ago. But he was like, the early internet had a lot of, I am a very angry libertarian, I like porn and guns and violence type guys. And somehow all of those guys are now tradcaths. I don't really know how that worked out.
In Maddox's case, he was writing things to be extreme because extreme's very funny, and he was a male of the correct age during the early internet to be hyper enabled by that environment to go as far to write a book as The Alphabet of Manliness. Then he gets hooked up with a guy who wrote Men Are Better Than Women, and maybe externally these two products align, but internally the two people do not long term.
Yeah, he's
Especially
kind
when
of
maybe allegedly one of them gets cucked and that causes the entire fallout. I don't know. I don't need to know. But it's an interesting thing from history.
someone brought him up in chat, but he's like evil Sean Baby.
Wait, the other guy or Maddox?
Maddox.
Evil son, baby. That's funny as hell. How did we get here? Anyway, to understand what Crazy Samurai 400 versus 1. Chris, we need to think. Problem is, we already played Duke Nukem Forever, so that would have been the perfect game to do.
There has to be a
There's
7th
gotta be
gen
something.
game that's worse.
There has to be something else. To get the perfect idea of the cinematography of Crazy Samurai 400 versus 1, just go watch Parking Lot Kingdom Hearts. They got it filmed.
Yeah, they got all these people out here and did this. And they got it before the sun went down.
Barely.
Barely. Oh my God, there was a part near the end.
Yeah.
The DVD skipped. And we
Okay.
were okay.
So here's
Go
what
for
happens.
it.
We get to the end of this. Keep in mind, every let's say 12 minutes, maybe a little bit longer, they move. He moves to another location. He does
Yes.
another fight. You know, there's complex geometry to all of the locations that would make it really obvious if something happened. We get to the end, basically. And the DVD skips for just a moment. And I'm like, oh, it skipped a little. Now, this is... Man, now I have to cop to this, which is the most Dan fucking has autism shit in the world. At some point, I boot the Amazon Prime version and sync it up frame perfect to the DVD. So that way I could look at the high quality 4K Amazon Prime stream and then look at the DVD and be like, it looks slightly better. But when it skips, I'm like, okay, I'll just keep looking over here. And then I look back and then I look over here. It takes us, I think that was over 2 minutes to fully realize it skipped 9 minutes of this film and we could not tell.
Yeah.
That's how much dude runs on screen. He hits dude. Dude falls down. Another dude runs on screen. He hits dude. Also the amount of he hits dude, they fall down and then a guy grabs them. They're like, oh, I'm taking away to get healed. And then he obviously stands up and just runs in from a different angle a few minutes later. That 9 fucking minutes of this film, the only reason we noticed is because the sun had set in between the two.
Yeah. Yeah, but every single time, like there's maybe 30 extras for these guys he's fighting.
Yeah.
So
Reminder, there's supposed to be 588.
they keep like getting hit, falling over. They always run away as they fall over. Like make sure they get slightly off camera.
This would have been a difficult curse content to sit through. Here's the thing, though. I was like, man, I kind of wish we were doing this for curse content.
It would have been really interesting to have to choose 4 different characters for any category.
Who's your favorite character?
Random Goon 47.
I like the guy who literally is getting cucked by his superior. There are so few characters in this, but somehow that's one of them. There are maybe 3 characters outside of the intro and outro.
Right.
There are maybe 3 characters in the whole 77 minutes.
Right. What they do, they have bosses show up and be like, my name is such and such. And then they...
Can we talk about that?
Yes.
I'm sorry for anyone who's going to watch this film immediately after we describe this, but I feel like this takes nothing out of it. Maybe. Anyway, there's a dude, and he's got one of those things where it's like the scythe on the chain with the ball on the other end, right?
Kusurigama.
Is that... I know you're saying it wrong, but I can't remember what's the... Kusarigami? I don't know. Anyway. Kusarigama? Okay. Anyway. Reminder, he just came from a completely open forest.
Mm-hmm.
And the second Tak Sakaguchi gets inside a building, that guy's like, oh, I'm gonna fuck you up. Here we go. And I'm like, that guy's literally just gonna throw it at the first pillar he sees and get owned.
Mm-hmm.
And I wouldn't even say he really threw it at the first. He sort of like reached around it clumsily.
Yeah, and then grabbed the blood packet behind it and then exploded it.
Yeah, it was unreal. I was laughing so hard. I'm like, this guy could have won anywhere else. It wouldn't have been hard, but instead he found a pillar, gave it a good old hug.
Uh-huh.
And then they activated the blood packet behind the pillar to get it on that guy and on Miyamoto Musashi. It's an incredible film. If you have Amazon Prime, I guess you can watch it.
There's nothing like it. There really is nothing like it, I don't think.
I spent most of the film just talking about the fact we haven't made a movie by now just proves we're fucking cowards and nothing else.
I'm astonished it's got a U.S. release. Like, they duped these people into releasing this over here.
It is funny that they changed the name, so something they do that would have made sense with the actual name of the film in Japan makes no sense.
Yes.
When they do it. Anyway, that's the reminder for people just joining us. That is Crazy Samurai 400 versus 1. The DVD version is more expensive than the Blu-ray, but you could just stream it. So, maybe.
Yeah.
Of all the video games we played, one of the most fascinating when it came to this is an environment you're in, and we're gonna pretend that it's somewhere else a moment from now, is ODST. Because for people who don't know, the city in ODST has a mirror reflection at certain points, so they can reuse the city geometry for later points in the game. And this is so disorienting. I noticed it playing it through for the first time. We all got lost and we were like, but this is that one area. What the hell's going on? And we got so fucking confused. I think that game has like 3/5 original content and 2/5 of it is perfect mirror images or something.
Something like that.
But it has been beaten by Breakdown. Last Friday, we streamed the 6th gen shooter from Namco, who was really ahead of the curve on making some 6th gen shooters that are very, very 7th gen.
Yeah, it was the most 7th gen game on that gen, I bet.
Probably Breakdown is the first person shooter. And of course, I never remember the name of the third person shooter that Namco made.
Kill Switch.
Yeah, Kill Switch. It's such a fucking forgettable name.
Yeah.
Was there a Kill Switch in Kill Switch?
I don't think so.
I don't think there was a Kill Switch in Kill Switch. They maybe should have named it something that had anything to do with it. Breakdown.
But they had like... Kill Switch's plot is generic military shooter, but also...
They probably should have called it Mind Hack.
Yeah, but
or
also...
Mind Jack. They should have beaten him to that name a full gen early.
I mean, you know what's great about the name Kill Switch?
What's good about that?
Every time I hear it, I don't have a half-second clip of a Tom Petty song play in my head involuntarily like shitty YouTube editing.
Is that what Breakdown does to you?
Uh-huh.
I'm sorry.
You should be.
Hey, Bob, I'm going to type some things. You talk
Sure.
about Breakdown for a sec.
Breakdown, not just a first-person shooter, a first-person puncher. With the time loop thing going on in it, and a bunch of weird stuff where you fight bizarre aliens. They're just ripped dudes that are like super pale white, who are immune to bullets. That's why you have to punch them with your magic hands.
Yeah, because they're covered in. I'm trying to remember the name of the substance because they're covered in this substance, and I'm like, gross. Oh, you want me to punch that? Oh, yeah, they Telangan.
Sounds spicy.
Sounds viscous, if you ask me. Yeah, they have this Telangan energy field, and eventually you become nuclear armed, as in your arms are full of energy. So you can beat the hell out of them. The weird thing about this game, they don't want to tell you the combos. They want to tell you the special moves. You can find that on a pause menu, but they don't tell you about the cool secret special moves or the combos off of that, really.
Right.
Which is so upsetting. We got to the end of the game and then started using the neck snap. It is just like, why did you never teach us a neck snap?
They never taught us how to do throws.
Yeah, I know.
That's really just a thing.
And it's really great because the throw, you literally just punch the dude, grab them, and then throw them behind you. And I'm like, I could have been throwing people off of cliffs this whole game if you taught me. Instead, I did it that one time on accident and then went, damn, that was cool. Wish I could do that consistently. It's an immersive sort of game. It's clearly trying to be Half-Life, and it's out at the same time or slightly before Half-Life 2.
Yeah, the beat Half-Life 2 out, which is crazy.
You have the assistant character who has intrigue about what's the deal with them. There's all sorts of intrigue in Breakdown. And it's really fun. I really enjoy various things about it. Here's the problem. Breakdown is easily observable as at minimum 3 hours too long because they keep reusing the environments. And this thing was so heavily Halo inspired and Half-Life inspired that you go from the Halo big open Jeep moments to Zen from Half-Life 1. And I don't know what sick son of a bitch went, we're making a Half-Life. We got to do the part no one likes. I don't understand it in the least. Then that's not enough. They have you go down a spire and then up a spire, these alien spires that are Zen, do a thing, and then go back down that spire and then go back up that first one.
Yeah, no, then they make it like you can pause and save the game and it will tell you what floor of the spire you're on. You go through, I believe, 5 floors of both.
Oh, yeah. It's excruciating.
Yeah, and it's like the same exact everything, except it's a new platforming challenge each time you go deeper down. So you have to first-person platform down it.
And it's not crisp feeling.
No.
At all. It's amazing, too, because this is like the back third of the game, easily. Back half, obviously. By that point, we had gone through a nondescript cement hallway that was featureless.
That was a medical facility, by the way.
50 times?
Yeah, we must do that same.
And then we escaped that. And we hit what is obviously the Half-Life 1 tram sequence where it goes down the rail and then you got to fight some enemies and da-da-da-da-da. But we hit that and there's no vehicle.
Yeah, there's no tram.
So
you
we
walk
just
down it.
have to walk down an absolutely enormous subway tunnel forever.
And then we were like, okay, thank God that's over. And then
they give us the one with the tram.
Yes.
I was fucking livid.
Oh my God.
It was really funny. The only unique area that's never reused, the shipment yard.
Oh yeah, the freight yard. Yeah,
Yeah, the freight yard.
where
They're
we
like,
fought
"Nah,
a chopper.
That was too good. That was too much.
That was too good a shit. We loved when you had to carefully platform over those tripwires and it looked so bad. Bob was like, this is like Hysteria Project, because I imagine Derek, the main character of Breakdown, just reaching out and lowering his hand on the tripwire to blow up. What a fucking game.
This is so disappointing. Like, I saw one clip of that game, and it contained a woman who, from verbal description, would be identical to Trinity from The Matrix.
Yes.
Doing the Trinity wall run before hitting a guy.
Yes. This game loves The Matrix. It loves drinking Cokes that are juice. It loves Half-Life 1 and Halo 1. And you will feel those gear shifts.
Man, the game really would be great if it wasn't bad.
That game would be fantastic. Honestly, it would be really great if it was even 3 hours shorter, because I think that would drastically enhance the playthrough experience. You do that and you list the moves and combos.
And remove most of the gunplay. The guns
The guns
feel
are
terrible.
the worst part, yeah.
It's miserable to get him to aim. You don't get the manual aim. It's an auto aim sort of thing where you just highlight a dude.
Yeah,
and he misses.
So you bring the cursor up and then you hit A and it'll lock onto him. So imagine the most broken ass Metroid Prime you can fucking imagine.
If Metroid Prime, if Samus couldn't hit anything.
Imagine a third party dev made Metroid Prime on the PSP. I think we're about there.
Mm-hmm.
Except for you're probably thinking Coated Arms, and I think that might be better. We need to go and see. This is such a fascinating game. Between this and Kill Switch, it's really like Namco. If you made sequels
right
at the beginning of 7th gen to both of these, you would have lived like kings.
Yeah, no, Breakdown 2 would have been incredible. Like,
this is an Xbox original game.
Yeah.
Exclusive.
Mm-hmm.
And Aggro, I almost forgot to tell you because this is fascinating. The moveset for your main character is clearly cribbed from Tekken at points. You do the martial law repeated back fist.
Yeah, it's great.
It's so overt and it's delightful.
Oh yeah, and because it is already a 7th gen game somehow.
Time travel.
Time travel. It teases a sequel. It like goes straight into one.
It virtually goes, looks like we're gonna have to jump. But we finished all of our work here. There's more work to do over there. I think the game's really powerful stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I do think it is unbelievably too long. I wish it was released on other platforms. I want a fan cut of this game that literally chops out whole levels.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
They offer nothing.
They really don't.
Add a menu option for me to see all these moves and just cut out chunks of this game. The funniest thing is Bob's playing the game, and there was an hour and 12 minutes of the stream. Bob's like, hey, I gotta go for a second, can you? And I'm like, yeah, sure. I pick up the controller, and one of these cool, like, really buff, pale cryptids is just walking up to me. He's just like, and I'm like, oh, yeah, you're stupid AI in a video game. How about you cross this loading threshold, huh? What are you going to do then? And then the game crashed. So we had to redo all of the game leading up to that.
Yeah.
And it took 44 minutes, and I was not happy about that.
Right, because this is Half-Life storytelling. You
sit
happening.
there while the lady moves around you, and the scientist man talks to you through the glass.
I think it's really funny. I guess this was my introduction to that. So my main memory of this game is always just yelling, Derek board.
Because you're stuck down.
Yeah, you're stuck standing, just looking at the events happening.
Oh my God.
You can sometimes go look at mirrors, and Derek is just like, expressionless into the mirror.
I know, it's really good. It's really good. So what we're deciding here is Bullet Helda was not enough. Our terrible work has only begun. This game's a half-like. And we need to play every half-like.
Oh, no, you don't. Those have to be uniformly just terrible.
Well, wait. Does Resistance 3 count? Because it just had Ravenholm in it.
Yes. It's that easy. Also, Resistance 2 very much is a half-like. And I would say Resistance 2 is worse than Breakdown, but...
Yeah, I'd agree. I'd be down for that.
Yeah, you're a half-like. Of course, decloak and kill you instantly.
They did cloak. They just couldn't one-hit kill us.
Couldn't. Yeah, we could punch him out of that.
But yes, no. Fear is a half-like. 100%. It has so much more drip than Breakdown.
One thing that was Breakdown. There's only one like fist fight, boss fight. And that's incredible. That's just the best part of the game by a mile.
And it's something like 7 hours.
Yeah, it's like 8 or 7 hours. It's insane.
Before that, our iconic boss fight was Chopper.
Yeah, a chopper fight, which was terrible because it was all the shooting mechanics.
Did I miss one? I think that's it.
I think that is it. The other ones are just groups of enemies. And that's not a boss fight. Which is weird. Like, again, if this game got a sequel and they got to do more like that, it could be really good. I actually got to the point where I perfected that boss fight. I was like, yeah, this is great. I died like a dozen times, but it was way better than anything else in the game.
Yeah, no, and that's the thing. Chat's like, oh, this boss fight. And Bob's like, you don't understand. This is the first time this game has come online for me. You need to chill out. I'm living. Ignore the fact that Bob then had to do that boss fight again because the game uses a time loop in order to literally make you replay the same shit. It has no money, and it is 10 hours long.
Yeah. Which is weird because it clearly has a lot of money for some of the things it does.
Yeah, it has a lot of money, but not for its time duration.
No, this game should have been 6 hours.
A thing you said a couple times was 7th Gen started early on Xbox, and that's really how it is, where it has the same thing of like, you're in the back half of this game. Here's nothing but environments and enemies and bosses you did already.
Mm-hmm.
Not that this game has a lot of enemies. What's it, 5, maybe?
Yeah, but something like that, because there's punching guys with lasers.
Invisible ladies. Because of the ones that cloak and have to stealth to kill you are women. They're the women aliens.
And regular soldiers with guns.
Yeah, I think that's it.
And then we have fat guys. Fat dudes.
Oh, right, the big guys, where we got a super jump so late in the game. And it's like, oh, we could jump over them, but that doesn't really.
I think that's it.
Yeah.
There might be one more I'm forgetting about.
It's like a 10.5 hour game.
Right?
It's like 10 hours. So Slitterhead? I'm now trying to think, is Slitterhead 10 hours long? Here's the thing, though. When Slitterhead is like, this is a level and you selected it and you didn't find the secret out, like it's Super Mario World and you're looking for the keyhole, that feels a lot better than you beat that level. Congrats, here's this new level. And you go, that's the same level. And they're like, no, that's a new level.
It's a new part of the hall.
Go fucking play it. That feels awful.
And to be clear, I like it a lot more than Slitterhead,
But I like Slitterhead a lot more than it.
Because I don't like the one environment Slitterhead has.
Oh, it's so good. It's Hong Kong, and it's got rain. Dude, do you have any budget? We got rain. Weirdest thing, so I borrowed Bob's disk drive to rip all my special edition game OSTs, because I bought a few last year.
Mm-hmm.
Like I got Slitterhead, Visions of Mana, no, I actually had No More Heroes 3 Special Edition hanging around for a bit. Anyway, so I was ripping these OSTs. And I forgot what I was going to say. Shit. It was regarding Slitterhead's copyright for the OST is 2021.
What?
3 years before it came out.
They finished. I guess the soundtrack was completely done.
Yeah, that version of the soundtrack's 10 tracks. So I don't know if Yamaoka's like, I'm done. Thank you. Bye. I don't know.
Maybe.
I have no idea. Good soundtrack, though. Very moody.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully Avowed has a soundtrack.
Could you imagine any Western studio hired like a real composer?
Dude, if you got the guy who did fucking, what is it, Matt Ullman? You did the fucking Diablo 2 soundtrack for Avowed. Oh my God, you might have drip over there,
Yeah,
Xbox.
man. I feel the Elder Scrolls usually has pretty good music, but I don't think any Obsidian game has ever had like a soundtrack that I perceived. Like the closest would be New Vegas, which is just really old, unlicensed, like songs that are no longer licensed.
Mm-hmm.
Public domain, yeah.
Did anybody see that? Did you guys see? Have you guys gotten that Tubi ad commercial on Twitch chat? On Twitch?
No.
For the dude with the cowboy head?
Nope.
No.
It was, I guess it was a Super Bowl. I'm bringing it up because it uses a parody version of one of the songs from New Vegas, where it's like, looks like your son's gonna grow up and love westerns, and he has like a fleshy cowboy hat as his part of his head.
Oh God,
he has no hair.
I saw that image. That was horrifying.
Yeah, all of chat's lighting up with how much they hate that. See, I mostly only watch streamers I sub to, so Reminder,
The full,
if you gift me a sub, I love you.
the full Super Bowl version has like kids who were born fantasy fans that have wizard hat heads.
Ugh.
It's really horrifying. I don't know why they did.
I'm glad I only looked up the movie trailers that released during the Super Bowl. I didn't go look for the regular ads.
I was too busy being a gimmick 14 times. What'd they have?
There was the Thunderbolts, the new Marvel movie with the Winter Soldier and a bunch of the other dudes.
Yeah, and then there was also the teaser for the next Mission Impossible, and they were like, "That's May." I think.
That
was the May thing. I was like, "What's coming out in May? Something's happening in May." So
else?
we can watch part one finally.
And for some reason, they pretended that Fantastic Four trailer, at least like a week ago, was for the Super Bowl. It's like,
Oh, that's idiotic. That's not how that works.
No.
Oh, that's what they do now. Like the morning shows give you previews of the commercials.
Oh my god. All right. I can't remember any others.
Okay. Breakdown could have used a great soundtrack. It could have used
A little Tom Petty.
yeah, just a little bit. It could have used stronger characters, like the performances because like they have performances and they have character archetypes and they have roles in the story. It's just none of it really fully lands in a way like Kill Switch. You walk away from that and you've seen a pre-rendered cutscene of the main character's wife being exploded. You get the powerful wife-int moment, which is why Kill Switch is the most 7th gen game on 6th gen. You don't quite get that strength. It's too close to Half-Life 1. Half-Life 2's performances are stronger and better directed and stuff in a way that makes it land more than Half-Life 1. This is too close to 1, not close enough to 2, I feel, when it comes to performances and stuff. It's a lot of, especially since it's a lot of them acting in a direction they assumed you were standing.
Which I would never be there. God, are you serious?
No, Bob's
Derek
looking at the
Ford.
scientist gesturing at nothing. He's like, who are you talking to? Oh, he thinks that's me. I'm a ghost.
They make wild assumptions about where you'll stand. Like
All
a
the
lot
time.
of times, it's not even where you would walk in from. It's just like, oh, I guess I should set myself up as if I'm hitting my mark.
Yeah, we kept making jokes of like a sitcom or Star Trek, there would be tape on the ground and we're supposed to hit our marks and say our lines. Because it was just so, we were like, we're going to get fired from this fucking show. We haven't hit a single mark correctly yet on this playthrough. They were pissed. I think it's an interesting experience. So it's unfortunate the only way to play it is on an Xbox. A platform that is not selling well, but this is digitally available. Do you remember how
It was like $10. So it's not expensive. If
A
you have
fascinating
an Xbox system already, I'd give it a shot.
If you have a series of Xboxes,
Yes.
you get them all in a row. Did you have anything else you want to say about Breakdown?
Not really. That we covered it.
Yeah, I think
it's an interesting thing. It's really weird. I wish someone else would try it.
People in chat were saying that Breakdown actually was listed as an inspiration for Mirror's Edge, and that makes a lot of sense.
It does. It has a whole bunch of weird little things you see in first person, like so many candy bar eating cinematics.
Yeah, one of the first things you do in that game is eat drugged food that the scientists feed you, and you start getting the blurry vision, and they walk you over to a toilet and you throw it up, and I'm like, man, this is so fucking...
I mean, I feel immersed just hearing about it.
Right?
I imagine that Breakdown probably has a more cogent plot than Mirror's Edge.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mirror's Edge's plot is so thin that it almost just
Although I feel
dissipates
like
in
the part where
atmosphere.
they add the guys who start ninja cartwheeling at you is very Breakdown.
For all we know, that was more of the game until EA stepped in and demanded the shooting, because I think that's how
There is a lot more fist fighting like elements in Mirror's Edge that feel like they're not developed. So, and they've
there's-
probably just
Yeah, all I remember about Mirror's Edge really is every single time you had to deal with enemies' pain, suffering, unending agony.
Yeah, it's
And
true.
they're like, what if the climax of the game was a big shootout? And I'm like, that's not the fucking game you made.
I genuinely love that Mirror's Edge is like one of those multi-plat titles where the PC version's great.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because that's a cool game, and on a mouse and keyboard, it feels much better than it does on a controller.
You know, I've never tried that.
You've never tried?
Because I like.
Maybe I should
honestly
try
really
that,
like
'cause
the
I-
controller.
I played it on Xbox Back Compat.
I don't remember. Does that do FPS boost?
It might.
Because I think it's frame capped at 30, I think.
Yeah, I remember even when I played it
if
on.
I played it on PC with a mouse and keyboard, maybe I'd have a positive feeling about that game at all.
Yeah, because like you can, move your mouse and snap your head at 120 in order to jump and land and grab a thing. That's why the speed runs are so deranged on PC. Because you're able to do crazy shit.
They build all the levels around having that turn 180 button, and they use that all the time. And I always felt really good.
The speed run's literally supposed to get to the point you land on a handrail.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those are deranged, of course.
Right, but like that's the game, though. Mm-hmm. It's not just someone speed running a game. That's literally, these are time trial levels. That's my favorite part of that game. I don't like playing through the story at all. I like when they go, here's this level, but it's got none of those stupid motherfuckers shooting at you, and you just get to do platforming. And I'm like, oh, the game you meant to ship? Great, fantastic. Swole Red Guy in chat says Mass Effect Mirror's Edge 1. They wrote ME1.
Yes.
Is 60 frames per second on Series X. Catalyst is 120. I still haven't played Catalyst. Bob, what's wrong? You must like Mirror's Edge Catalyst. You had the giant box for it.
I did.
In your house for years. Did you get rid of that?
No, I still have that.
Great, awesome. All the more reason for us to stream it.
Man, what the fuck is wrong with EA? That wasn't even that long after by modern standards, right? It was like 6 years.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, it's a reboot. I'm like, also it's open world. I'm like, that's not.
Yeah, no, they completely missed the point. It was incredible.
I think it was 10 years, one moment, because
I don't
think it was that.
You don't think it was 2018?
No, I don't think so.
I just can't remember.
I remember
it was 8 years. It was 2016.
Okay.
So smack dab in the middle of our two.
So
estimates.
that's a while for the time, but by modern standards, that's hardly any time at all.
I don't. They rebooted it basically did nothing like interesting with that.
Like,
so
what was the
I don't
point?
know why. It's
like at least with that new version of Beyond Good and Evil, I understand why Beyond Good and Evil 2 would be a prequel.
Yes, which is funny because you really need to play that game to fucking understand why you would ever do that. It's one of the few times it would be interesting.
right.
You think that's actually going to come out?
I will keep believing.
I hope.
But honestly, it's like, will Ubisoft still exist in a few years?
And that's
the main thing.
There'll be a division of Tencent.
We need to see what happens when they try to ship Assassin's Creed. That's the single most important factor in the future of Ubisoft.
It is.
I'm really interested in how Assassin's Creed Shadow will do, because its pre-orders are roughly 1-to-1 with Odyssey's.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm curious if we're in this weird new paradigm where you can't use pre-orders to gauge how much you're actually going to sell at all anymore. Like, those have become disconnected.
Chat, don't gaslight me. Chat said Michelle Ancel comes back from the dead. I'm like, that motherfucker ain't dead.
Right? No, he's not dead.
How dare you?
Isn't he working with Ubisoft on a Rayman game? Like, he's consulting on it. Like, he didn't go back to Ubisoft, but he's consulting on something for them.
It's possible.
Right. Yeah, I think that was rumors, at least, if nothing else.
Yeah. Bob, you ready to talk about the game everyone wants to hear about this week?
Sure. What's that?
They made a Dynasty Warriors roguelite. And it's not just Dynasty Warriors, it's also Samurai Warriors and Warriors of Orochi. It is somewhere between Hades and Vampire Survivor. This time vampire of a fucking game I bought on a lark, because I thought Bob and I should definitely know what the hell this is. They shadow dropped it during the state of play. We pick it up. We're playing it something like an hour. For an hour, everyone in the room's just like, this is kind of dog shit.
Mm-hmm.
This sucks. I don't get the appeal at all. We played that game until 4-something in the morning. And it was great. I just... Describing it is so weird. So the combo system is just Dynasty Warriors. You're doing the square, 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 triangle, square, 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 triangle, square, triangle. But the weird thing is, you make some sort of Suicide Squad of warriors.
No, don't call them that.
Where you keep adding them to the team, and not only do they give you stat buffs and literally level you up and count, 10 different categories, 11 different vectors that are like strength, charm, wisdom, etc.
Fire.
Each tier of, yeah, and then you just get flat out elements like electricity, fire, wind, ice. And as you level these up, they give you different buffs. So if you get wisdom to a certain point, you will charge your Musou attack because, of course, even though it's a Hades style thing, even though it's a fucking Vampire Survivor-like to some extent, it still has the Dynasty Warrior square triangle stuff and a Musou attack.
Yeah,
and it gets really good. You buff the charge rate of that. You buff the strength of that. You give yourself more reach when you swing the weapons. These floors get ridiculous. You pop into a level of hell. And it's just like, you need to kill 600 people. And I'm like, great. Does one combo. Musou bar full. Blows Musou. Does a double dash. And the dash is like Hades. Like the Hades, like, poof, where you just jump a bit.
Mm-hmm.
And then you do another combo. And then you blow another Musou because that's how I spec'd my dude. You're inflicting like these elemental attacks to burn them. And then the people joining your team can have like interconnected stat buffs to them. So if you play Vampire Survivors, very Vampire Survivors, where they have these interlocking bigger structures they make to magnify each other. You know, in the Castlevania DLC, you would get one type of weapon, and then that would make it so the other item would unlock its true form.
You mean was picking up weapons and enhance other weapons? Gotcha.
Yeah, so that's what the Warriors are in this, because they're doing that to each other. That's part of why people. So anyway, you do that and then unlock some absolutely fucked up shit where it's like, yeah, we got enough of the woo boys in the house. We're going to double your damage. You're going to do insane shit. We're going to make it so when they burn, the fire will make them burn longer, and then that fire will cause an explosion that burns other people. And I'll just be sitting there like, yo, good job, team. What the fuck is going on screen? I hit a dude with a Musou attack, and then just fire bolts started firing from random ends of the screen at other ends of the screen. And the weirdest part of this game is none of that. The weirdest and yet most satisfying part of this game, bizarrely, is that you have a thing called a formation. The formations spec into specific elements making you stronger or more enabled in these specific ways. And they'll be like the scythe and hammer formation, or the double sickle formation, rather. And all these other ones. And they will put the generals you put in that position on your map, in your menu, right? In between the levels. They'll get specific modifiers to their strength. But what you're supposed to do is build the formation gauge against a boss or just generic enemies. You pop out the assemble mode, which has all your generals, which you can carry 6 at a time into battle. Pop out and start doing their thing. And then before they completely finish, because it slowly depletes the assemble gauge, you need to pop your Musou. So now you're doing your Musou. They all disappeared. And at the end of your Musou attack, they all pop down onto the ground in the exact formation you selected and do a giant, devastating anime energy ball explosion that does an unbelievable shitload of damage. This game feels good. The number went up. This is dope ass video game. I bought it expecting it to not be great. I spent the first hour expecting it to be trash. I had a really great time. Every time you unlock a new general, which is, of course, a currency you get on your runs, and then you go back to the beginning, they give you like a stat buff, or they can have, of course, those things where it's like, oh, these guys are the bros of being cool, brave general guys. You collected them all. Your max level has been raised higher. There are 100 of them, and they already, in that state of play, are like, we're going to be adding more. Mm-hmm. Bob's like, Ryu? Hayabusa? Please?
Weirdly, like they don't have. They have 100 characters. I still feel like they're missing some key characters from Samurai Warriors and Dynasty Warriors.
I'm pretty sure Warriors of Orochi 3 had more than 100 characters.
Yes, it almost certainly did.
I think the Tecmos Deception
it has
princess will come around.
None of the Orochi original characters. None, which is crazy. Like they have this whole thing set in hell.
It is set in hell. You're working for a twink, bratty, bottom, and King Enma.
Tsundere.
He's Tsundere. Sorry, I forgot the Tsundere. And he's just like, oh, hero, I'm gonna miss you when you leave Baka. You get all these dialogue choices to have with him as you travel through hell to defeat the evil Goma, who just kind of wrecks the place, and you need to put his ass back to sleep. I almost beat it.
This game really is made on a very low budget. The only person was new voice acting, which everything's in Japanese.
Yeah,
No English dub at all. But the only person with new voice lines at all is King Enma.
Yeah, everyone else is just saying the shit they said in other games,
Right.
but in Japanese. So we're even more like, cool. Let's see. It's a Warriors game, so let's go down the list. Yeah, playing Dion Wei is pretty cool. Playing Guan Yu was pretty cool. Bob, Joe Tide looked pretty cool.
I didn't get to play.
Oh, I know. I was just running that past you. You agree?
Yeah.
Spiff was in the room too. Spiff also took turns. What characters did you play as? Because I know you played as the chick with the shield and the...
Yeah, I played as her. I played as Hanzo Hattori.
From Samurai Warriors. You all played Samurai Warriors, right?
I'm like, did I play as a third person? Probably.
Yeah, I think you did 3 runs, but now I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I never beat the first boss. Because the game, like, the first set of levels is insanely easy. Like, it's instead of kill 100 or 300 guys, kill 30 or something.
Mhm.
So the levels go by like that. And then you get to the boss, and he's like, I have a gigantic stun bar that takes like 10 minutes to break down because you're so weak.
Yeah, and also, like, at that point, we didn't know about the formation detonation.
Yeah.
So it was even more like, how the fuck am I supposed to kill this guy?
Yeah.
We don't fucking know. What the hell's going on? Also, I didn't realize, I should pick a dude who's a fire element and then just get a bunch of flaming hot guys on my team, so that way we all build upon each other to be really strong dudes, embracing each other's strength down in hell. That's when it came online, when I realized I should be on the hunt for hot dudes in my area. Yeah, you really need to understand that assemble gauge thing. You need to understand when the boss is glowing yellow, you need to use your triangle attack immediately to knock out of him something that fills those gauges insanely fast. And the Musou combination with that. Otherwise, it's like damage output isn't there. Like, you're missing the main damage mechanic of the game.
Right, which just feels terrible. I don't know why they didn't better explain what the game was like.
Yeah, they spend so much time explaining shit.
Yeah, they tutorialize a bunch of stuff they didn't need to, and then they don't tutorialize why the boss isn't taking damage.
They're like, you need to break their barrier. And I'm like, oh, it's like a stagger gauge. And then we hit the boss, and I'm like, oh, it's like a really bullshit stagger gauge.
Yeah, it's one of those where it's like the boss will take 0 damage until you break the stagger gauge.
By the way, that's going to take you a small eternity.
Yes. And our dodge feels pretty bad.
Yeah. Which, as you upgrade speed, the distance you dodge and how many times you could dodge like directly in a row increases. But you don't have dodge pips like you do in other games in this genre, which does get hard when you get towards the end of the game and they do a whole line of strike zones. By the way, we should just say, so it has, as many people are calling it, the MMO style splash damage circles and lanes on the ground, because this is an isometric action game. So, I swear to God, based on the shit we've been saying, yes, it's just like Final Fantasy XIV. Good job, the 2 people who say that all the time. So anyway, no, not Dragalia Lost. No, nothing but Final Fantasy XIV exists.
Look,
so anyways.
I think at this point, Final Fantasy XIV is like The Simpsons. That game is 700 hours long. Every single thing that's ever been in any game can be equated to something in Final Fantasy XIV. So you just leave it unsaid.
They're like, that child owns a dog. And I'm like, don't say it. You have to have known someone in your life who was a child and owned a dog. Just like
Fable 2.
Oh, thank God. Yes, the definitive dog game.
Yes.
I was scared. For just a second.
Is there a dog in Fable?
Yeah, Fable 2 is all about the dog.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Fable 2. Okay, I was thinking Fable 1.
Nah. Ship that Fable game! Okay, that's...
They will in 2027.
That's too long. Imagine you're just been at the convenience store for 2.5 weeks of your life because someone's robbing you.
When's the? They're just. I gave you the money. What do you want? No, I gotta stand. I can't walk out until I stand here for 3 weeks.
That's how it feels.
Fucking announce that game's delayed already.
Yeah, please.
Or announce it's
Please.
this year and we can go, oh shit, that's gonna be on fire.
Avowed is probably the biggest Xbox game shipping this year because Fable is probably not.
I mean, unless you want
they
to
have that-
pick Doom,
That's true. If we want to count
I
the
don't
Bethesda
fucking
monster
count
they
Doom.
ate.
right?
Clockwork Revolution is supposed to be out this year, I think. That's
Wait,
the first
wait.
person.
Ah.
They're making that. I thought they just published that for somebody.
No, that's InXile. InXile's making that. So
Oh,
that-
wow.
that's
Right,
owned by
they bought
Microsoft.
them.
So
Okay.
yeah. So maybe we'll see Contraband. Maybe that'll be this year.
Dan, serious question. Do you really want Fable out after seeing how Dragon Age was handled? Okay, that's a bizarre statement given these are two completely different companies, but yes,
I don't think
want it to
anybody
be-
had any faith in fucking Fable having good writing. Come on.
I
Come
want
on
that
now.
shit dead and in the earth. I want to get past this moment. I'm tired of being in mourning. It's been 4 years.
It's okay. They're gonna
Okay.
get Perfect Dark
Now maybe chat can understand this feeling. Have you ever had the feeling where you have something to do in 3 hours? So doing anything before then just feels you're impossible. You're paralyzed.
Right.
That's how Dan feels about Fable.
Yeah, it's horrible. I hate this. Weirdly enough, I understand a lot of my getting back to what we were actually talking about. A lot of my enjoyment in Warriors Abyss is I know how these characters would control, so I
Right, 'cause
choose the
it's-
characters I like playing.
It's literally the move steps from those games. It's not been altered
Yeah.
at all.
I mean, it's a little different depending because Guan Yu's 2 squares and then a triangle was just not what it should be. In a lot of them, it's more like a 3 square and a triangle attack for him.
It could well have been how he played in like
in
7
one
or
of the
8.
9 of them.
Yeah, it was like because
But-
every other character I saw was like, this is identical to the one I played. Like,
And I argued John Way's axe arc should have been different, but yeah, no, I understand that. Like knowing how these characters should control is like a large part of the enjoyment here. But I'm surprised this game's good. It has 3 currencies for the love of God. In the first like hour we were playing it, we're all like, "Oh my God, this is a mobile game." They quickly adapted to be on a console. This is going to be terrible. This isn't enjoyable. Why am I not doing any damage? What is this? Because they didn't do a good tutorial. And the things they did explain were not really what they should have been underscoring.
and it feels like it's made with the lint in their pocket for money.
It sure is, because this is Omega Force. This is the same people who were simultaneously making Dynasty Warriors Origins. But somehow I really enjoyed it. I actually think it'll end up on my Game of the Year list. That was an enjoyable time. I do wonder if I'm gonna unlock all 100, like if it'll be motivating enough as a gameplay loop for that.
Right, like what it'll do once you beat it. Like that's always a question with this sort of thing.
Yeah.
'Cause it's not like a strong story going. Like we said, it's one person talking to you.
Yeah.
So we're not like trying to be Hades in that way or anything.
Yeah, no, it's not a cast of characters with interactions and various layers of mysteries. It's $25. I think that's a good price if you think you could enjoy something with Dynasty Warriors combat. Because for some people, they don't like that. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know why I enjoy it. You stop at the one you like. Oh yeah, and I forgot to mention at the end of the square triangle or whatever, you keep holding triangle and it will summon the general that is on that spot in your combo tree to jump down and do their thing. And you can keep collecting more than 6 and then swap them out and do whatever. It's really good. I didn't think a Dynasty Warriors game would be the reason I couldn't immediately get back to that Dynasty Warriors game.
Yeah, right.
What the hell? How does that happen? They never ship games, so the thought that they ship 2, one a month apart from the other, and they're both actually really enjoyable is fucking weird. Do they have a secret third one? Just to surprise me
can't,
later
right?
in the year.
It's like,
There's the third one. It's Dokapon Kingdom. That'd be good. Anyways, I really like that, I don't think it's a great way to describe it to call it Vampire Survivors because you have moves you're doing combos, there's mechanics and things, but it's really obvious they looked at Vampire Survivors and, well, shit, dude, we have our own legally obtained assets we could be shitting one of these out with.
Right. It's still a game where you kill like 300 dudes, then a bunch of currency falls out of them and sucks into you. Like, that's what Vampire Survivors is to a lot of people.
Minutes of you just mowing down nobodies.
Yes.
And then the big bad. Third one is Atelier Musso.
Ooh.
Oh, we're gonna get your ass, Chris. You're gonna love this Atelier Musso game.
That didn't get me into the Musso All Stars game.
But this one will be all about it. They're gonna get tens of copies sold.
Man, I wish they would do it in All Stars too.
If they did it on Switch, they'd probably sell a decent amount of copies.
It's
Especially
funny
if they just reused the models they already had.
I forgot they called it like what, Musso All Stars.
Mm-hmm.
See, I forgot they called it that. So both of you say, Chris, my brain just went Musso All Stars to the rescue. It's an anti-drug PSA, and Guan Yu shows up to tell you to not smoke weed.
Sounds like something that should have been made.
I need to see if I can get that game cheap, because the idea of just like anime girl, we took the model, it is the same fucking model, and then it reverse cuts to who she's talking to, and it's Neoman.
Yes. It's fun. You gotta do that sort of thing.
They need to get
It is
Neoman
fun.
In
yeah, why
this.
not?
They need to get
they made
everybody.
the combo for him, so why not?
Yeah, no, it's really cool. I really like this game. This is definitely what I'm doing after these podcasts are done. By the way, I know we started slightly late for Big Thing today, but amazingly, we recorded 2 podcasts before we went live. We were on top of it.
Those 2 podcasts shorter than any part of Game of the Year.
Yeah.
Weird.
Honestly, we're going to end so early. Maybe we should start doing podcasts before Big Thing every week.
Yeah, no, I want to do that. It has nothing to do with me having sleep gummies and becoming a daytime person, because by definition, that just means you're awake during the day and asleep while it is dark. That is what that means. Why is everyone making weird sounds?
These are strange sounds of exasperated support.
Thank you. But yeah, it sure is based knowing there is no world where we will still be at this at 2:30 in the morning.
Uh-huh.
I might be dealing with thumbnail or uploading shit at 2:30 in the morning. That's fucking just what I do, but
that won't be after.
We won't be like hitting stop recording
right.
at fucking 2:30 in the morning. Good Lord. Game of the Year's not easy. I'm glad you all enjoyed it. I think we did a great job. I think it was very enjoyable. I especially like that last part. We are so fucking glad we're done with it.
Yeah.
I think the yip-e thing from the intro, the final part, should be a video redeem. just have the yip play and then cut to black and scare the hell out of people. Anyway, Bob, I've given my praise. Would you like your counter perspective on this? Because I'm sure anyone would like any moderate.
Yeah, like I said, I didn't pick that for his first box. So I feel like the dodge feels really bad, and it keeps wanting you to do that. And it'll knock off tons of your health if you don't. But it's still got a lot of neat ideas. I'd probably play more of it, but I don't really want to spend $25 on it. Maybe once they add stuff, maybe that'll get me in.
I'm like, what's the most absurd character they could add? And it's like, it's hard to think of anything more absurd than what they already did in the past. It felt insane when they added the Tecmo's Deception.
Yeah, no, they got every single franchise they own basically in there. So do that again.
Yeah. No, obviously, do that again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I feel like they did it. That's all of them. Neo Man, Tecmo's Deception Princess, Ryu Hayabusa. There's no one left that's more absurd than this triumvirate.
The Atelier girls. Yeah.
They seem more fitting and normal than William D. Oman. Oh, yeah, and get the Wing Zero from Gundam Warriors.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's the only way it could get more ridiculous if they got in there.
So fucking good, man.
That them and One Piece characters, like, yeah, we had these sitting around. Why not?
Oh, and since we are experienced enough with the currency to know, and you should always assume this, but we're here to confirm it, do not get either of the special edition tiers of this game. Good Lord. The currency they give you is like one good run.
Yeah. Which is crazy.
Yeah. Bro, if I give you $50 for a $25 game or $80 for a $25 game, you better give me more currency that comes along in one good run, you fucking animal.
And yeah, I think you can also buy the costumes they sell in those separately, and I think that's actually probably a better deal.
It's like $10 cheaper total, or $20 cheaper total than the $80 edition. So.
Yeah, it was like, just do that.
Yeah. Well, pretty much all of the top tier editions of games are like, you ever heard that story where the guy's like, where the guy gets a job at a grocery store and on the shelf there's corn, $1. And then the next shelf, exact same corn, $4. And a guy walks in and he gets the corn, he gets the $4 corn, and turns out and leaves, and he asks the boss, why did he do that? And the boss says, some people just like to pay more.
It's true.
Yeah. You can go buy it and turn into that sucker image. Like, if that's what you want.
Yeah.
That's why I always roll my eyes at they have to raise the retail price of games even more. It's like, you already have those special editions, and anybody willing to pay those prices are buying those.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so what do you think's going to happen when you raise the basic price to get in? Do you really think everyone's coming along? They didn't even come along this far. Speaking of which, I didn't write in the news, but the PS5, they announced the sales on that. I forgot to write this down in news. They've sold, as of December, and time aligned, they sold, I believe it was 1.5 million more PS5s than PS4, so it's doing better. They're being rewarded. They don't need a price cut.
It keeps waffling.
Yeah, but this time, this point of data, they sold better at the end of December. So,
I mean, they don't have any
1.7 million.
competition, so
I know
right?
that's why they're selling better.
I do wonder if that is
buying
going to
Xboxes.
turn off. That is going to turn off when the Switch 2 comes out. Because there'll be another thing to buy. Because nobody's buying an Xbox.
No one's buying an Xbox, and
Like,
everyone
just
already
from the
bought
angle-
a Switch.
Like, just from the angle of people will have a new thing to spend $400 on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's frustrating. It's frustrating. Anyway. Anything else to say about Warriors Abyss?
How is that going to work on the Switch? Because it already runs pretty bad on the PS5 Pro.
Did they announce that for the Switch?
Yeah, it comes out today.
That's insane. There's no way Warriors Abyss, a game where you kill 800 dudes in a tiny room. Maybe we should buy and find out.
It runs really bad on the Pro sometimes. Like, absurdly so.
Reminder.
Maybe it's literally just they made the game wrong, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Like, maybe it's just one of those things where it's like, we made the engine wrong.
Yeah, but the Switch is only going to make that worse.
Right?
Like, is the Switch version free? Is that the free-to-play version?
That's $25 again.
I can't. Speaking of which, you know what else is $25? The premium edition upgrade. So you can play Avowed right now on Game Pass. Don't wait for Monday or Tuesday like those disgusting plebs. You can pay $25 and play the delightful.
Jesus.
Sorry, if you have Game Pass, it's $22.50 I hear to upgrade. So you can play Avowed right now and be amongst the ruling class. Anyways, that's it for Warriors Abyss. Let's move on. Bob, what else have you been playing?
Okay, this isn't a game, but yesterday,
What? I hate when my gaming podcast starts with things that aren't games.
it's very close to a game. I told my car to play Persona 3 music. It was like, I know what that is. It starts playing Persona 3 Reload music.
Okay.
That might be a bad soundtrack.
Ooh.
I was like,
I have no comparison.
This is not the direction I expected this to go.
yeah, no, I was like, I know these songs, these are wrong. And I looked down as I reloaded and I'm like, did they just take all the music and make it worse every time? Is every remix bad? Oh no. Because I'm not a fan of Persona 3, but the music I think is incredible. Like, it's best in gen sort of music. The great part of that game. So the thought that they might have ruined every track, scary.
I feel like most of the times when they like do a rearrangement of an entire soundtrack, people generally think it's worse.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I feel like that's pretty, like, not 100% of the time, but I feel like usually people are like, yeah, the rearranges aren't as good as the originals.
I assume it lets you just switch the originals, because anything else seems ridiculous, right? Usually you do that when you do a full remix
That would certainly
like that.
be insane.
Oh no, I'm seeing no in chat.
Oh, that's kind of making me regret spending $20 on that game last week.
That's rough. Oh, yeah. No, I wouldn't play that version if that's how it sounds. I guess we'll move on to the actual games I played. They did a big update for Ninja Gaiden Black 2 this week. It's not really that big, but it added photo mode. It adds New Game Plus mode, which weirdly only lets you do New Game Plus for difficulties you've already beaten. So, like, you beat normal mode, then you can do normal mode again with all your weapons. But the main thing is they rebalanced some levels. And they have returned the staircase to its original form in Ninja Gaiden 2. For people who don't know what that is, I think it's chapter 13. You go up this gigantic Aztec temple staircase. And in the remake, like Sigma in the original version of Black 2, it was like, yeah, there's like 8 guys who come down slowly as you go up the staircase. It's whatever.
So wait. Oh, okay, never mind. Go ahead.
In the actual original Ninja Gaiden or Ninja Gaiden 2, it is just filled with ninjas. It brings the Xbox 360 to its knees as it spawns in more and more and more, and it feels like it will never end. It is basically Crazy Samurai 400 versus 1.
Hell yeah. Crazy ninja.
And so they have done that, and it is preposterous. They literally spawn you can see them spawning the ninjas in above you, falling down. And I'm like, well, surely there's not another wave. And there's always another wave. By the time you've killed 3, another 4 are on the way. It's great. I'm glad people got upset and that they listened to that and did it. It honestly makes me feel like, yeah, someone at the studio wanted to do this and someone stopped him. So he was just able to turn it on. It also adjusted some other levels. I need to go play those and see what they've done, because I think that like stage 14 right after that's also supposed to have a big bump in enemy count. So that'll be cool. I need to check that out. But that's all I gotta say about Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. Man, this could well be the best version of the game. I also played more Phantom Brave: The Lost Hero. I've got to the part of the game where they started reusing stages completely.
Oh, that's not normal.
No. It's like, guys, I know I would understand going back to the same like islands, but instead of like new areas on those islands, like literally replay this level on that island. We've had to do different enemy locations to it, but it's the same exact map.
Like Disgaea 7 had the one chapter that had the value where you fight 18, like you fight like 4 fights in the same office.
Right.
But that felt, at least that felt like it followed together more.
Yeah, whereas this is like, no, I think I've done 2 islands in a row that's just like, yeah, redo it. It's really strange. So that sucks. Unfortunately, the story is actually doing interesting things with the lore and universe of Phantom Brave, like explaining the phantoms and everything, which are ghost people that talk in the Morona summons. And it's cool that they did that. It's cool to see them expand that out. It's really weird that it's in this part of the game that's like, yo, where'd the money go? I wish Disgaea D2 were this. For people who don't know, Disgaea D2 was a straight sequel to Disgaea 1 that had Laharl and Etna and Flan back. And it was like, oh, this will be great. You could do so much. You've had teased them doing stuff in every other game with these after game chapters. And somehow they made the worst thing possible and didn't expand on
it's pretty
any of
rough.
the lore. They're like,
What if every single character had a secret sibling that we didn't know about? I like that they're like, Laharl is now a slightly older teenager, so now he wears jeans.
yeah,
Yeah, that's the only Disgaea game I've never beaten. That's the only one that midway I'm like, I don't want to fucking play this anymore, and stopped. And that was during 7th gen, when it was like, you're eating the cambium from the tree bark.
yeah, right.
Even then, I'm like, I'm sorry, you're down there with fucking Cross Edge.
It is really rough. It is definitely. It's almost certainly the worst Disgaea. Like, not even close to any others. And they left. It's so frustrating because they left a lot of things up in the air. Like, oh yeah, what's up with Laharl's dad? What's up with Etna? What's she going to do after this? And they don't expand on any of that. Luckily, Phantom Brave Lost Hero is doing stuff. So I'm going to finish
play it, but I need to actually play the first one before I do it. I only ever got like to chapter 3 of it. I never beat Makai Kingdom either.
Yeah, that would be.
But I got further into Makai Kingdom.
Yeah,
Makai Kingdom ticked me off because, and Phantom Brave does not have this problem, the original Phantom Brave. But Makai Kingdom has, it opens with like, almost like a beat 'em up type scene with big character sprites, and that's how they're telling the story. And then the entire rest of the story is the tiny little map sprites doing it, and that really annoyed me back in the day. And Phantom Brave does not do that. Phantom Brave stays these relatively large sprites the whole story. I'm like, what the fuck? Why did this other game have so much less money?
Yeah, I still really like Makai Kingdom just because they kind of took the Phantom Brave mechanics and became completely unhinged. Like, you could get so ridiculously powerful and stuff. But yeah, it does suck. I think that they don't do those, like, bigger sprites thing until the end of the game again. I remember it coming up eventually, but I remember it not being regular. I also played a tiny bit of Origami 2. For people,
Origami Killer?
No.
Oh.
Not Heavy Rain 2.
Oh, okay. But imagine.
I'd rather not.
The actual culprit was a trans person. What? That doesn't make any sense with the story. You should. Oh my god. We're gonna have to eject David Cage into space.
Origami is a game that really wants to be Tenchu. So it's weird the Origami 1 feels like it plays worse than Tenchu 1 in a lot of ways. Like, you don't have as good of movement options. It feels really rough to go around. Origami 2 like upgrades the movement in every way, but for some reason it's structured like Tenchu Z. It's a multiplayer focused game with missions. So I don't know how this happened. But yeah, it seems neat. I'm going to play more of it, see if that multiplayer structure really frustrates me. Because you still technically boot into a level and then just do the level and come back to the town. And then you, for some reason, use the Destiny menu when you hit the pause button. Or you move the circular cursor around real slow.
Does that work in service of anything?
No? Why would it? The thing that was in the game. We're making it Tenchu Z. We need to have the Destiny structure. So you go to your hub town, we can have people jump in.
I'm going to go ahead and say there are multiple levels of that you're wrong about. I don't think anyone went, but what if Destiny in Tenchu? No,
these guys did it.
They shouldn't have.
I don't know, Dad. I feel like a non-insignificant portion of the industry spent about 10 years going, but what if Destiny?
Yes.
There's a lot of video game like discoveries and creations that were evil, like microtransactions and battle passes and loot boxes. I think the Destiny cursor deserves to be in that pantheon.
It really does. It
was just an excuse for every developer, like, we don't have to make a menu for console. Just make dog shit.
Yeah, it's a lot easier.
Sorry, your fucking problem for not having a mouse.
It's a lot easier to make a menu where you move a cursor, then you check if the cursor is over the fucking thing instead of figuring out what the D-pad should do from any one icon.
It's so funny because like Destiny is not even originally designed for PC. Like it was released on console only, and then ported to PC later. So why they came up with that is beyond me.
Like that's the hell of it. The Destiny menu is nowhere near as bad as all the ones that copied it. Like, well, Destiny did it. No, Destiny did a different, better thing, you schmuck.
It does use way bigger buttons than anyone else does.
Yeah, the icons are bigger. The menu moves toward the cursor as you move it. The whole thing is intentionally designed. And then a bunch of shiftless hacks just knocked it off.
Mm-hmm.
We have some breaking news right now.
Oh, do we?
It's not important enough to go news, or maybe it is. Infinity Nikki's coming to Steam.
Oh, that's good.
I may be able to install it, possibly. Maybe.
We'll see.
We'll see.
They decided they wanted some more money.
Smart. Things that are not on Steam and on PC should probably also be on Steam.
If it wasn't on console, I'd almost understand not being on Steam. Because it'd be like, well, they don't want to give Steam their cut, but you're already giving Sony their cut from PlayStation.
Mm-hmm.
Just fucking get it on Steam. You'll get like 5 million additional players, if not more.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's really all I have to say about Origami 2. I only played like the tutorial and the first mission. And it seems to me, if you're looking for a Tenchu style, like evade the guards and murder dudes, it's got it. I wish the art style was a little bit better, but to each his own.
Anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay, thank you for joining us for this episode of Big Think Dimension, the show where Dan and Bob talk about games, then we all talk about Maddox for a bit there for some reason, and then we end the show. I'd like to say fuck everyone else who played video games and wanted to talk about it this week. Fuck the pod lords, fuck the news, fuck everything. Agro, you been playing anything?
My brother in Christ, I have been playing Trails of Cold Steel 3.
Yeah. You're at the point where a rocket goes up that franchise's ass.
Yeah, you can really feel the holy shit. The hardware can do what?
Yeah, the power of not having to be on the Vita.
They like this game is lit with an intensity. You can feel the emotion behind it. You know how some HD 2D games go way the fuck overboard with their lighting?
Yes.
This kind of has that feel where it's like, look what the engine can do now. Chris, I've got to ask, Trails of Cold Steel 4.
Yeah.
Does its plot also do the thing that 2 and 3 have now done where they slowly drip feed you back the characters from 1?
I think so. I mean,
I hope it does, because it's worked both times so far, and I don't see it not working anytime soon.
They don't just fucking dump everybody on you like in 1 again. But 4 is the one where it's like, this is the end of the first big saga. Here's every single playable character that's ever been in the entire franchise.
Oh my god.
You get to have 45 guest characters.
It was
so. How do you feel about the only good combat kids ever?
Okay, they're fine so far. I have 2 niggling issues. One, Kurt's voice actor sounds too goddamn much like Reen. And every now and then I'll like look away while somebody's talking and go, why the fuck would Reen say that? Oh, he didn't. 2, one of them is a girl named Yuna.
Yeah, fuck her.
Mostly, they spell her
She's
name
the
with a J, and I can't figure out why.
I guess it's French?
I got no clue. All I know is that they did a thing that you really never get to see in anime, where they incremented the age of a character slightly. So Reen is taller, his shoulders are a little broader, his voice is a little bit deeper. And I'm like, oh, okay, he looks a little different. And then I got completely used to it, so my brain equalized them. And then they did a flashback where they showed him from Trails of Cold Steel 1, and I went, oh, he's a widow baby here.
Yeah, it's drastic. It's so goofy. I don't know if you've seen a bunch of instances of it yet, where Reen opines wistfully about his high school days, and I'm like, bro, that was 2 years ago. You're 20.
Right, it was 2 years ago, my God. I mean, he was like constantly at war for the intervening time, so. This is, it was prophesied to me, and it turned out true. Every time a Cold Steel game drops, it's just everything in it is a little bit better. They switched up the fishing mini game. It's a lot more interesting and engaging now. The card-based mini game, I wouldn't say is better yet, but it is very different from Blades, which was very simple.
It's a lot like more involved.
Yeah, it's
closer to Magic the Gathering.
Yeah, it's halfway to Yu-Gi-Oh.
The UI is certainly a fucking huge upgrade.
I am getting used to constantly having a curved blue line in the bottom right corner of my screen. It's an adjustment.
Is 3 do they give you the orders in 3, or do they not give you those till 4?
Yes, the orders are in 3. That has been fascinating. Something cool to use BP on.
Yeah, it's really funny. It's really funny when you realize you're gonna get to Reverie and be like, oh, they redid the battle system in the next one because they added so many mechanics that enemies have no shot. Like you literally can infinitely brutalize guys in each game going forward even more.
It's been okay, so the orders are like modifiers for combat. Like you hit this one, you spend a brave point on it, and you'll get plus 20% damage for 5 turns. Or you activate a different one, you get like a little HP back, and you get 10% less damage for 6 turns. Little stuff like that. It's because of the way the UI works, the way the order of buttons you need to hit in battle work. I will get into like a low end boss fight or something, and I'll go to use an S-craft immediately. So I'll select the S-craft and then realize, oh, I need to pop that order that gives me 20% damage. But I can't do it now because you can't.
Because you hit the S-craft button.
Unlike all other attacks where you can hit the attack and then it goes to the target selection and you can back out. Once you hit the S-craft, you are locked in. So you can wiggle the area it's going to hit around futilely, begging it to let you back out and get your 20% damage to no avail.
Because the S-crafts you can interrupt the turn order. And I guess if I think you can activate them from the craft menu on a character's turn, like their naturally occurring turn, and I think you can back out then.
Potentially.
But if you hit I'm interrupting the turn order button, like no, you're fucking committing.
Oh,
also,
yeah.
The orders don't use a turn when you use them. They're a free action. So that's what makes them busted, is that you get this buff and you don't use that character's turn. They can act afterwards.
And they mixed into because in Trails games every now and then a turn will be like, hey, you can cast spells for free, or hey, this will automatically crit. One of the new turns is, hey, you can do an order for free.
Yeah. And some of them are really busted. Like there's like, oh yeah, just reflect damage for 4 turns. That's a really expensive one, but you use that a lot on bosses. Like the boss is about to do his big fucking move. I'm just gonna turn on the it doesn't fucking work button.
Yeah, like no, I saw the basic ones. I'm like, oh, that's really interesting. Wait, this is a Trails game. These are gonna get disgusting.
You hit the fucking reflect one, and then the boss has the fell for it again award on his chest as he just does no damage again.
I love how these two combat kids are, like, they seem to be mixtures of some of the old Class 7 characters. But what's really, really cool, and every time this game does something new, I'm like, oh, well, of course you do that. Why didn't they do that before? I'm so glad there are so many of these games, so they can just keep iterating the combat system. Yuna, the ability to switch her, like, mech tonfas between striker mode and gunner mode is incredible.
Yeah, I don't know if the guy that she's a combat kid of can do that, because I haven't played the Crossbell games yet.
Hmm.
And I don't remember if he can do that in later games where he's playable. I don't think he can. I think his whole thing is being a meathead who just overpowers things physically.
Oh, man. They changed Milliam's voice actor for this game.
Yes, they did. She's no longer Ashley Birch.
Yep. And like she's not doing a bad job, but every time she opens her mouth, I want to throw myself off a bridge.
Oh, that's funny because I think she does a way better job, and I think like, oh, they switched her off Ashley Birch and she became a good character.
Ashley Birch is now too big for anime.
They probably didn't even ask her, although this was definitely after Horizon, so she probably wasn't answering any calls. Although I don't know, they have big names in these games, like DC Douglas is in these, Johnny Young Bosch seems to be all coming back for all of these because they announced that he would be voicing Joshua, the character from Trails in the Sky, in that East versus Trails port that they're doing. So I assume he's still going to be voicing Joshua in the English version of that Sky remake. So
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times it is just they don't even bother contacting. I know that.
Yeah.
I think it was Troy Baker who said, yeah, it's like,
Yeah.
I'd be interested in doing that. Nobody ever asks.
yeah, fucking Namco wouldn't even contact him. And then Matt Mercer's like, I'm not being Troy Baker's substitute anymore. So let's get a guy that sounds nothing like either of them to do the new lines for this character voiced by Troy Baker. We're not going to re-record all his lines, just the new ones.
Oh, God.
Oh my God. Yeah, that was something that hit like a cinder block because the versions of Trails of Cold Steel 1 and 2 I played had all the additional dubbing in them.
Yes, they
So
did.
I got to this game and the voiced lines cratered.
Yep, they sure did. It's also funny even playing the original because you can because those additional lines were recorded years after they were done for the PC ports.
Mm-hmm.
So you can hear like the character. It's like if you cut in deliveries from Dragon Ball Kai into the original, where it's like, oh, they are much better at voicing this character now because they've been doing it for years at this point. So it has that little bit of that effect, even the original 1 and 2 with those extra lines. Although, yes, I agree. And honestly, I'm such a fucking mark that if they were like, here's a new $70 version of these games, we have the additional voice lines again, I would buy them again with absolutely zero hesitation. I would not have to think about it.
I know that does hurt. Like, Daybreak has the same issue of like, you need more voice lines. That does hurt a lot to me. So that would be
I think Cold Steel 3 and 4 have the same amount as Japan, like in Japanese. The thing with 1 and 2 is they have more than Japanese. Like if you play in Japanese on PC, like with a mod that people made initially, because initially they did not have the Japanese tracks because it was from that era, you would get to scenes where it's like, here's the English voice because there was no Japanese voice track.
Oh no. Oh my God. Speaking of characters aging, I went out on the first field training mission and I got to my boy Elliot Craig. My boy, number one, the greatest pocket healer in the world. And he's so tall. He's so much older now. I cried. I ugly cried. It was great. I love these games.
You excited for the year 2050? Would me and Bob go, well, they haven't made a video game in 12 years. I
We
guess
can finally get started
play
on
that
this
Trails
franchise.
game.
Yes.
We start our first death stream and we're like, this game fucking sucks.
I think you need to get I think you need to get all the way through Gundam first, at least Universal Century.
like the watching it?
Yeah.
How much UC is left?
We need to watch Victory.
Unicorn.
Yeah, Unicorn. The Stardust
various-
Memories.
Yeah, the various OVAs and stuff they did.
Yeah, so we have a decent bit.
By volume, I think we're over halfway done.
Oh, yeah,
because
we're
of
over
how many
halfway.
episodes. And
Yeah.
things, yeah. So we're doing all right. We could get that done by next month, right, Bob? We could.
Certain
Yeah,
other things
you
wouldn't
have
get done.
have more
Like
combat kids in your
podcasts.
future. You have more combat kids in your future, aggro.
I thought he was going to say Dan, like the rest of Gundam is that. I'm like, no.
Oh my
Wait,
god!
oh God. Was Reconquista in G Universal Century?
No.
No.
Wait.
It was Tomino,
maybe?
No, it was not. It was not. It's not Universal Century.
Okay. I remember there being some weird fucky wucky shit about that. early on.
There
Turn
might
A
be
is
like
technically-
illusions in a similar way to Turn A,
Mm-hmm.
which is like Turn A is about all of Gundam in general.
Yeah.
Also, enjoy aggro. This is the game where Duvali gets really funny.
Oh my god, she shows up immediately in the opening. I'm like,
She's
this game's gonna
so
be great.
fucking funny. I love her. She is the most pathetic character perhaps ever. I hope she shows up in Daybreak 2 so I can add her to most pathetic character this year.
But yeah, that's Trails of Cold Steel 3, a game that does nothing quite so much as heal the human soul.
Cool. Did you?
I also I went to YouTube earlier in the week and I saw 3 different thumbnails from 3 different people for the same streamer bait game. So I just went to go buy it
Okay.
to see what it was this time.
What was it?
A game about digging a hole.
Is that the name of the game?
That is the name of the game.
But who's on first?
So, in the opening cutscene, you buy a house that you saw on a flyer because it is advertised to have buried treasure in the backyard. So you have an electric shovel, and you can dig a hole.
Okay.
Imagine an idle game that you have to play manually, where your shovel digs a small divot in the ground and you can uncover a rock. And when you get 3 rocks, you go to your garage, to your computer, you sell the rocks on the internet for $1 each. And you keep going. And then the battery in your shovel runs out. So you go to the workbench to recharge the battery and then use the money you got selling rocks to buy upgrades to the shovel and to the battery charge and to your jetpack that you use to get out of vertical holes you dug in the ground.
Aggro just wanted an early access preview of hell.
I don't understand. Why didn't you stream it?
You're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to not stream streamer games.
I still don't know if this game's going to have a twist or a punchline. I have gotten all the upgrades. I'm still digging. I'm like 50 meters under the ground. I've uncovered so much stuff. I nearly died playing this game physically in the real world because I had a browser window in the background. 30 minutes in, started playing an ad with sound. So I'm digging beneath the earth, which is already an uncomfortable place for me to be, thinking eventually I'm gonna like crack open into a hollow and there's gonna be a monster. Like this game, there has to be a reason streamers are playing it, right? Either it's straight just nothing and they're chatting while playing it, or it's got some big twist. So I'm there digging in the ground and suddenly danger music kicks in and someone goes, "Wait, don't," and my heart has already exploded. I didn't hear anything after that.
Oh my god. Okay.
I spent a long time today digging a carefully constructed downward sloping spiral through this yard. And then eventually went, I have every upgrade in this game and I haven't seen something new in a half an hour. Went back to the surface, got into a different corner and just dug straight down Minecraft style. I'm pretty sure this is another one of those cases where we're going to finish Big Think. I'm going to go play the rest of this game. It's going to be 10 minutes and I'll get to the end of it. So can't wait for that.
Hey, Aggro.
Yes, sir.
You remember when they did that game? What was it? The Foundation? Is that right? The VR game?
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay. They just... Yesterday, they announced an iRobot PSVR 2 game. And I was fucking bewildered. I was like, why? What caused this? But it gets weirder. It's made by Jeff Minter, the Llama Soft guy. And it's a remake of an 80s arcade game called iRobot.
Okay.
So
Weird. I was hoping it'd be the Will Smith movie.
I thought I was so convinced it was going to line up with that other thing. And then there was a wild pivot at the end. So anyways, yeah, Jeff Minter. Cool. I'm inherently interested, as ever.
Bizarre.
Yeah, that's the Polybius guy. You remember when we played Polybius on PSVR 1? That's also the TXK game on Vita that's just blatantly Tempest.
Yeah, that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that guy really is the guy you get to remake an 80s arcade game.
Yes.
Anyway, did you play anything else?
I did not.
Okay. Well, hey Chris, what have you been playing?
I played many things. Firstly, I've been messing around with an old PS2 trying to get that up and running.
Oh.
I finally stuck in a game called Musashi Samurai Legend.
I saw the tweet and I was like, oh my God, he didn't know where Bob and I were coming from with every comment on the past 310 episodes of Big Thing. What did you think, Chris?
That game is dog shit.
Yeah.
Great intro though.
PS1 Square games kind of had this. They had this thing where it's like, yeah, they might be kind of half there and janky, but they have really cool ideas and they're charming regardless. Like Saga Frontier 2 is a woefully incomplete game, but it still has cool ideas. Like you're progressing through the history of this region event by event and jumping between these different characters. Time is progressing. Like there might be years between scenes. Like there's all these little vignettes you're playing through. Saga Frontier 1 is a bizarre cryptid with all kinds of cool stuff. Legend of Mana has such a cool structure, and that's that's a pretty complete game. PS2 Square, though, if it didn't have Final Fantasy in the title, it was probably pretty fucking rough.
Yeah, they really did. Like they jumped early into 7th gen in some ways.
I mean, they had the same. Like what I'm learning is that like a lot of like it seems like every Japanese developer had a lesser version of the 7th gen implosion in 6th gen. Even Nintendo. That's why the Wii was probably a GameCube and a half.
Yeah, it's really weird to think of it from that way because you can see it that gen in some companies. Like people like Capcom thrived. It feels like
It still took them 5 years to make Resident Evil 4.
But they did Devil May Cry just fine.
They did Devil May Cry, but they also had.
But they did 3.
They did the Onimushas, those, but then at the end they kind of fell apart. Capcom weathered it better than I think any other Japanese company.
The only things from Capcom I think they were pretty bad during 6th gen were Resident Evil spin-offs.
But they had so many.
And they did have
but
so
the
many.
quantity is really high.
And Mega Man.
Yeah, Mega Man X, absolutely. And Mega Man as a large franchise, they went, yo, we're selling on portables. Fuck this PS2. You get dog shit X games. And I'm like, excuse you.
Like Konami fell apart in the PS2 other than Kojima.
Let's see. One moment. Let's talk about that. So what are we talking? We're talking Nano Breaker, 3D Castlevanias, Contra.
Yeah, I feel like
did they make anything else other than those in Metal Gear?
Yeah, I feel like that's pretty solid lineup.
They made some sports stuff. I'm trying to think if they made shit all other than that. Anyone?
God.
Tokimeki
I guess they made
Memorial
Silent
3,
Hills.
obviously.
That's also them.
Oh yeah, Silent Hill, and that obviously the peak of Silent Hill 2, according to almost every Silent Hill fan.
Yeah, so. I guess it was mostly just the Japanese company. I guess it was mostly just Nintendo. Nintendo had it real rough.
Yeah,
Square Enix had it real rough.
Yeah, it feels like Square and Nintendo had it the roughest, and I'm having a hard time trying to figure out.
I feel like Namco had it kind of rough for a while because there were some cheeks Tales games on PS2 in that gen, but there were also some good ones. So it feels like they kind of pulled it together,
right? And they still got like Soul Calibur and Tekken going.
But it seems like the things because I feel like Square Enix released so fucking many PS2 games.
They did a lot.
So it might have been like you can't release 800 games anymore.
Right.
Like that ability has failed.
Yeah, it's interesting. I kind of want to look through every publisher's catalog now and sort of see like the Metacritic curve, but also my own opinions of how it's constructed. Because I'm not sure if you realize most critics, game critics, especially back then, are not a good point of reference for how well constructed a thing is.
No, they're
mostly a good reference for.
They mostly just eat nails. Like they don't know what it is that they're doing.
I definitely need to play Grandia 3 soon to see how that because 1 and 2 very complete games.
Mm-hmm.
I need to see if like 3 is like, yeah, this was a lot harder than the Dreamcast even.
Yeah, I remember it feels incomplete. I still like that, but it definitely feels like it's missing something. And then Extreme exists.
Sega's an interesting point of data for 6th gen because they started off really strong. You know, you got Crazy Taxi 3, Panzer Dragoon Orta, the Sonic Adventures, and then at some point they start letting other people make the Sonics.
Yeah.
Like Sonic Heroes is they, you know, you can post as many interviews as you want with them saying, we made the conscious decision to go back to it being made more like a Genesis game. And I'm like, you made the conscious decision to spend a lot less money.
Yes.
Yeah.
They made Monkey Ball that gen.
They did.
That was solid.
Was
but
that an arcade game first? A lot of these were arcade games first.
Well, I mean, I don't even know if Crazy Taxi 3 got an arcade. I know one actually, I know one did. 2 might have. I don't think 3 did. But yeah, I think
Says arcade on platforms.
on 3, really?
Originally released for Xbox, followed by an arcade release.
there
but I
we go.
imagine that
Okay,
it was
yeah.
probably being made for arcade first, and then Xbox is like, can we have some?
There's, if I remember correctly, there's specifically an arcade board that is made out of an Xbox, and I wouldn't doubt that Sega's initiatives to move their games from Dreamcast to Xbox resulted in that initiative to do that.
Monkey Ball was the arcade version, and then they called it Super Monkey Ball when they
Yes.
brought it to consoles.
So I feel like early that gen, Sega did really strong, and then as it went, it was like,
Yeah, they kind of
knows?
relied on a lot of the ports from the Dreamcast, but they still turned out Yakuza 1 and 2, which are
They
big,
did, which was
are pretty
so late.
impressive
Yeah, really
games for
late.
the
that
time.
was so late. It was during 7th gen for
And
at
Shinobi,
least 2.
though.
Yeah,
And
no, yeah.
Shinobi.
Shinobi's really early. That's 2001.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they made a
maybe
bad
no
game
two.
called Nightshade.
So about how they started really strong. Really strong.
Yeah, but
and then-
I one thing I did learn is that like, oh, the 7th gen collapse didn't come from nowhere. You can start seeing cracks in 6th gen for sure, where it became unfeasible to make a game with a small amount of people.
So
I sure wish the world would change so we could go back to making games that you can make with 50 people in 18 months.
yes, that's the only way. The majority of game development should probably go back to that. I don't know what's standing in the way. We keep hearing that these engines are more powerful for
Bobby
creating things
Kotick.
ever.
John Riccatello, Phil Spencer, Herman Holst.
I'm saying there's some mythical barrier because everyone's like the modern tools for making games are so easy. It's so much easier to get this done. And I'm like, then why do the smallest things take forever?
I feel like we're not that long before somebody doing that and like actually making a small scale thing instead of what they claim is, and then you look at it and it's like, this has a lot of shit that stuff didn't.
Yeah,
It's like the Ark of the Covenant opened. Or like they found a magic treasure.
Anyways, I
but-
do not think all these features they're strapping into Unreal Engine 5 is an aid of any of this.
Yeah, no, obviously not.
No, that's literally we're gonna find out that Epic was given money by Nvidia or something to like
Right?
add these features that make performance worse so we sell more video cards.
Yeah, no, literally, like, use Unreal Engine 4.
I really appreciate
I'm
it.
glad
with,
that indie developers are starting to be like, no, I'm not taking my game to Unreal Engine 5. That drastically reduces the amount of shit that can run it, also makes it harder to work on my PC, and also sucks.
Yeah, it's really interesting that Avowed is finally getting talked about by people, but it's people pissed about performance and how it looks. Monkey Spa.
Yeah, it's sure
Anyone's
great to
paying
be like,
attention.
we're making a consciously smaller game than something like Skyrim. It would be a shame if we didn't destroy the fact that would be cheaper by making a giant bloated Unreal Engine 5 thing. You know that scene in Goodfellas where he walks in and then gets shot through the door?
Yeah.
That's gonna be Josh Sawyer walking into Phil Spencer's office in 2 months.
Oh no.
I'm glad that man got to make Pentiment, which is his dream game, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't think the Tale of Obsidian is going to be ending kindly.
I tried to figure out a way to tactfully talk about this, and I don't think there is one. I think it's interesting that more and more over the last 2 weeks because of Monster Hunter and Avowed. We're seeing more and more people have to come to terms with, you wanted next-gen exclusives. This is what that means because we solved rendering.
Yeah.
And the only thing we can do now is grasp at the vast maw of the unknown and stochastically render our game, interpolating 3/4 of the pixels. And everyone hates it. Like, so many people are coming out just being like, this sucks. This looks terrible. And I'm like,
Yeah, like it doesn't.
What I realized is the reason they didn't see this sooner is the vast majority of people, and I'm not casting shade at all. The vast majority of people don't engage with stuff that they don't want to for knowledge. None of them played Immortals of Avium. None of them know how Unreal Engine 5 works. None of them saw this coming.
Right.
To
Yeah,
them,
Monster
they're getting
Hunter's a super-
blindsided this month.
Right. Like Monster Hunter is actually a popular franchise people like. Oh no, they're seeing it.
Yeah, so it's been really interesting to see certain outlets that are extremely positive towards Unreal Engine 5 and the graphics features of tomorrow having to contend with the average gamer now who hates this.
Yeah, like I keep saying this. On PS5, God of War Ragnarok runs at like 1800p and 60 frames a second. If your Unreal Engine 5 game does not look noticeably better than God of War Ragnarok and has all these features making the image quality worse, you failed. To the average person, you failed. The average person doesn't care that, well, in 10 years from now, when this hardware is 40% better because Moore's Law is dead, it might look all right.
And 40% more expensive. Yippee!
Like,
Ugh.
it's
it's been interesting to see because
the first time I really saw normal people starting saying, why is the fucking screen melting, was Silent Hill 2 remake. Because that's the thing that normal people played.
Yeah.
It's been a hot
now,
6 months for this.
Like Sony has been holding this back like Titans because none of their games really have this problem as bad.
No.
Yeah.
Like their games look pretty solid, so somebody can play Spider-Man 2. And even Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, which has it pretty bad, it isn't the absolute worst.
Yeah, it's no Immortals of Avium.
So I feel like people are starting to see we didn't adjust for this at all. We're just gonna slap that shit on and let it melt.
It's just really interesting. I wonder what the evolution of outlets whose entire concern is graphics, features, and fidelity and Unreal Engine 5 pieces, what that's going to look like going forward. Because largely I'm just seeing people who are just like, this
They're going
sucks.
to go out of business is what's going to happen.
Those
Those outlets won't exist a year from now.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of hope that the AI bubble bursting also kind of takes care of this.
That'd be
It's
interesting.
like, Nvidia is bleeding out on the ground.
Oh, I wish.
But Musashi Samurai Legend, we
Yes,
got
how
kind of in
was
the
that- how
weeds
was that?
there.
Yeah, here's the thing.
this-
Let me just ask you some questions to point this direction. So I know Bob does not like that game. I've looked at the game and it is literally nothing like Brave Fencer Musashi.
No, nothing at all.
So I dislike it based on that. What is so bad about this game, though, engaging with what it is?
It is almost immediately you can tell, oh, they wanted to make something like the original Brave Fencer Musashi and then realized, oh, we can't. We better put what we have and make a linear game. It feels real bad. Like the combat does not feel good. The voice acting is bad in a not charming way. I don't know why you wouldn't get Musashi's voice actor back, even if it's a different character. Technically, bizarrely. I like that your big heavy weapon is the ore that Musashi used to kill Sasaki Kojiro with. That's cool. But yeah, it feels bad. Like it's really obviously doesn't have any money at all. Like literally none.
They got cel-shaded graphics working. That's going to be all you get.
I kind of think that the element where you hold the lock-on button to observe an enemy and then you can learn a move from them which can sometimes be a passive thing, like extending your base combo or giving you like a Zelda type spin slash or parry, is a cool idea that is made completely irrelevant by the fact the game is linear.
Yeah. That's weird.
It's just not very, it's just bad. It's just not a good game at all. Like I put it in being like, maybe I'll choke through this to know. And it's like, I know. After an hour, I know. But I played other things.
Okay.
I played a game that Dan will be very interested in. It is called Yellow Taxi Goes Vroom.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I tried this
This is
back when I was like, I should check out some stuff for Game of the Year.
This is a 3D platformer. It came out last year. It is also on Steam. It is on Steam and I believe Switch. You're a little wind-up taxi car. I would say it is most like Spyro in that it kind of just gives. I only played the demo. I haven't bought it yet. I only played the demo, which carries over, which I think is a very good thing that all demos should do going forward.
When feasible.
Yes.
I mean, some demos you do
If
so
feasible.
early on, and they don't have like it's not actually the first level or it even close.
Yeah, but like, there's no reason why that Pirate Yakuza demo shouldn't just be like the first chunk of the game, and then it carries over. I don't think. Like, I get you want to show off all the features that might not be until a ways in the game, but it's like, if I'm interested in the game, I'm not gonna download and play a demo for it, and then, like, especially when it's a week away. But Yellow Taxi Goes Vroom, you can't jump because you're a car.
Mm-hmm.
You have like a dash where you spin, and that spin is an attack, and then you jet forward a little bit. And you seem to be immune to gravity when you're doing that. So if you go off a flat plane, you will fly horizontally. And if you go off a ramp, you will shoot into the sky. So trying to figure out how to get places well, I have to go up. I better find a ramp and use it to go up. And I don't think I quite have all the nuances of the platforming yet in the movement. But I have a good bit. It feels pretty neat. It looks like an N64 game or a PS1 game. It is kind of Spyro-esque, like the first real level, which is a crazy taxi reference, which I think is pretty funny. You have to pick people up and drive them around this city so they wind your key and you don't die. I think there's 16 of the collectibles in that level, so there's a lot. And they're like, it's not like a Mario game where it's like, go do this one. It is more like Odyssey, I guess, where Odyssey had just run around and do shit. But yeah, it's really neat. It's on sale right now. I keep meaning to pick it up.
How much is it on sale?
I think it's like $2 off, so it went from like 16 to 13.
Yeah, it looks
something
like
like that.
$13.59.
This isn't a game, but it's a mental illness I've had since we started using the Darksiders background, so now I have to say it. So look directly above Darkstalkers background. Look directly above Bob's head.
Uh-huh.
That's obviously like a wolf having a glass of wine because it's Wolf's Bar.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
I keep thinking it's Jar Jar Binks.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
I've seen it a few times too. No, I get it.
No, I don't need Jar Jar Binks with sharp teeth.
Oh my god.
Like, instead of the ears, those are like his eye stalks, and then you have instead of the mane, it's his weird tentacle things, or his ears rather, I think.
Why?
I'm sorry, I can't stop myself from making visual connections between things like
we
that.
recorded 2 podcasts earlier, and I'm not going to tell you which one, but in one of them, the Star Wars prequels came up. So look forward to finding out which one. The answer will surprise you.
Oh yeah, Steam Next Fest starts like in a few days, maybe tomorrow. So beware.
I thought it didn't start
Yeah, I think it's next week.
Until next week.
Yeah, I think it's the beginning of next week or
the 3rd, I
something.
think.
A lot of
that would be
games
2
are
weeks.
already putting them up.
That's rude.
Yeah,
Did you tell them? Did you tell them that's rude?
I didn't. I was like, thank you. I will play this when I can.
That's so funny. I'm now looking
on Saturday,
at Jar Jar over here. Just fucking.
Sorry. On Saturday, I streamed DMC, the DMC Definitive Edition. I mostly did this just because I felt like punching DMC the DMC.
Fair.
I didn't expect there to be any real thing to talk about in that they had changed. Foolish me. So DMC the DMC sucks. It's vulgar and stupid and terrible to women. It doesn't play any better in this definitive version. They ruined the scoring by much more heavily weighing completion. So like how many keys you find and how many of the lost souls you find. So it basically is impossible to get a good score on the first time through a level. I never used the manual lock on. I think I used it like twice because that game really isn't made for it and it doesn't really help you.
Mm-hmm.
Like the stinger. First of all, you're never going to use the stinger in that game. You have snatch. Why would you use stinger? I discovered new and interesting ways to cheese that game. They did not change the fact that your style meter is still almost entirely based on damage.
Seems like the most obvious thing to change about that.
Because here's how I resolved every encounter in the back half of the game.
Go ahead.
Use the chakram weapon to pull everybody to you. Double jump. Use the Hulk hand ground pound max charged. Instant triple S. Yeah. Just do that over and over and over in every single fight. Them letting you just hit the colored enemies made it take less time because the blue enemies I could just obliterate with a devil weapon.
This idea that style ranking should be based on how much damage you do is as stupid as if a fighting game or a racing game he went the fastest, he won. He went off the track.
Yes.
That motherfucker drove into fucking sand dunes.
Terry did a 900. Yeah, after and then he died.
Yeah. He did. So he won the tournament.
Yeah.
This is such an idiotic. You didn't understand the assignment at all.
But in the base version of this game, Dante fights Virgil. He almost kills him. Cat's like, no, Cat, no, Dante, don't kill him, please. He doesn't kill him. He says he's the protector of humanity now. Virgil seethes and goes off and becomes an incel in his DLC. And then Dante's like, I don't understand what I am. And then Cat's like, you're you, Dante. And he looks at the camera and does like devil eyes, and then the credits roll. In the definitive edition, all that still happens, except they turn away and start to slowly walk away with Dante has his arm over Cat's shoulder. And then it slowly goes down her back and he grabs her ass as they walk away. That is the final shot of DMC, the DMC Definitive Edition.
What?
I was fucking floored. There is no... I am going to give them the because I don't think Ninja Theory worked on this like that much. I think this was mostly a Capcom joint. So what I have to assume is that was always there, and somebody's like, cut before they showed cut before that, cut that fucking cutscene before that, and in this version they restored it. That is for my sanity. I have to believe happened, because the alternative is that they were so fucking butthurt about response to this game that they had to include it as a weird, hateful jab.
That would be pretty fitting with the rest of the game, so I think that fits.
It's just insane. Like, it doesn't even start on her butt. You can go like, oh, he's just walking with her. It's not weird. It slides, his arm slides down her back from her shoulder. It's completely, you can't take it as anything but.
I think this
but.
is... But. I need to add that sound back to the stream deck. Here's the thing, though. That seems pretty cohesive with the entire rest of the game.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
It hates women.
That's the game they made.
Yeah. No, it does not respect women for even a second.
One other really stupid change that it was like, guys, what's even the point? People decided that you were misogynist or not already. You're not laundering the truth. the opening cutscene where the villain Mundus, the evil banker, browbeats Obama. His mistress is like, the world is now your bitch, as am I. They cut the as am I. They just slice that line sooner. So instead she says nothing.
It would be really good if they were even more toxic to women and they just cut off people saying really disparaging, misogynist things mid-sentence. So there's like a cutscene where Virgil's like, you know what I think? I think you! And then it just cuts away. And
Yeah, they didn't change any of the things where like the wall text is misogynistic. They didn't change the part where the cops all stomp on Cat uniformly. Like, they didn't change any of that shit.
They're just cops. I don't know what the...
But yeah, fuck that game. I also played some of Nayuta Boundless Trails, the PSP Falcom game that got ported to PS4 in 2022.
My favorite Trails game.
Yeah, I was like, Bob played that, and it sounded fascinating.
It's pretty neat. It's one of those PSP games, so it's like every level is 3 minutes long.
Mm-hmm.
I got roughly a third of the way through, I think. And then it annoyed me because it, if you will recall, I have gotten somewhat fed up with games where it's like progress through the level, but also find hidden things in the level as you progress through the level.
Mm-hmm.
And this is that entire game.
Yes.
Except it takes it even a step further. It's like, you don't have the ability from 2 chapters from now. You can't get that thing yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does that a lot.
That's like one of the reasons I will probably never replay Spyro 3. Or is it 2 that does that? I know one of them's like you get like abilities later. You can't clear out these levels entirely on your first visit. If you're not gonna let me get everything in a level in like some kind of collecting game the first time, you need to forcibly eject me from the level like Ape Escape does. You need the game to take my hand and go, no.
That's it.
Come back later, sweetums. On Saturday, I am streaming South Park: The Stick of Truth.
Huh.
We will have a counter for how many times I pull my collar at content in this South Park game from 2013. I believe it came out in 2013. Let me check. Because it was on PS3 on 2014. Okay. This is a real late PS3 and 360 game. I remember liking that game quite a lot when it came out initially, even if it's one of the easiest games ever made. I might, after that, do The Fractured Butthole.
Yeah,
that's a lot longer than The Stick of Truth. Stick of Truth is real fucking short. That's like game's like 12 hours long.
Weird.
Yeah, no. It's very death streamable.
Right.
I won't be death streaming it. I'll probably take 2 or 3 sessions. And then next week on Big Think Dimension, I will be revealing the donation goals for my birthday streaming donathon.
Oh, hell yeah.
Because I had a lot of fun doing that last year and played a lot of things that were edifying, if not good. Like Bart's Nightmare, which I got a B in that game. I won.
Yeah. Of course.
The game treats it as if I lost because I didn't get an A, but I won. That's pretty good for Bart.
Yeah.
And I played several routes of Namco High, which was educational because every person you've ever heard of worked on that game.
Yeah, that's...
I think Tyson Hesse worked on that game. I know Omocat worked on that game. GigaBoots worked on that game. I think that's how you say their name. I don't think Toby Fox did. I think that's one of the things he dodged. Brian Clevenger from fucking 8-Bit Theater and Atomic Robo worked on that game. It is one of the worst things ever put into creation by human hands. I genuinely can't believe that Namco ever put their name on it and sold it.
Yeah, no, that's still insane.
Thank you Homestuck fans for preserving that, because it was lost to history almost immediately. Because if you don't know,
that's what we call realizing you made a mistake,
Right?
in like 2012, I think Bamco opened up a site called Shifty Look, which was all these little web comics about their really ancient properties like Valkyrie and Time Crisis and Dragon Spirit. And then they made Namco High, a browser-based visual novel / dating sim. And they were like, well, I guess we need some star power. Let's get Andrew Hussey in here and have them put in some Homestuck characters. And I think like within 6 months of Namco High launching, they shut that site down.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Jesus.
I don't
Even
know.
at the time, it was like, who's this for?
But real quick, you said something there. You said Time Crisis is absolutely ancient, but there are a lot of people in the retro category on Twitch who wouldn't say it's retro.
That game came out in the 90s.
Yeah.
Look, I'm sorry, retro cultists. Your metric cannot be it has pixels.
It came out.
It's over.
Some of the Time Crises came out in the aughts, and it's not really retro.
God.
We need to bring back our the PS3 is now retro campaign.
Yes.
The PS3 was obsolete 12 years ago.
Well, actually, I would say it was obviously before that. That's why we were like, we need off this ship.
But yeah, there will not be anything as horrifying as that. As Namco High in the stream goals, because few things could be.
Right.
But there will be some bad things. There will be some villains. There will also be some splendid things. And some fun activities.
Well, while Chris is looking into the RPGs of the past, South Park. Bob and I are going to be streaming Avowed. You didn't see this coming? Seriously? I'm the only defender. It's out now.
Sort of.
Well,
Kind of.
It's out
if
for
you pay too much money.
They opened there's a slot in the top of my Series X that gets all it says is give me $25, you dipshit. And I'm like,
Dan,
it can't be talking to anybody else.
Since you're doing this twice now, since you've done this twice now, and I fear it's going to become a mild pattern going forward, I really need a video redeem of yourself turning into the sucker from Looney Tunes.
Look, I'm in an arms race. It's not pretty. I either pay $25 to stream that when it is most relevant, or no one will show up for my fucking stream.
Because in 1 week, no one will care.
Yeah, no,
In
literally
36 hours.
Yeah, literally by Sunday, it's over.
Yeah. I saw this happen.
Man,
I've seen it happen
like,
multiple times.
reviewers keep saying that game's only like 20 hours long. You might see the credits.
That'd be cool.
That would be really
That'd be
cool. I've
fucking
never beaten
sick.
an Obsidian game. This
I've
will be
never
my first.
played an Obsidian game.
Wait,
This will be a good first step to the Alpha Protocol death stream.
Bob, have you played Neverwinter Nights 2?
No, I played one.
KOTOR 2.
No, I played one.
Alpha Protocol.
No,
Oh my god.
Fallout New Vegas.
Outer Worlds?
I don't think I even booted New Vegas. I don't think I played that.
Outer Worlds?
No. Oh my god.
This
You
is
played
awesome.
Grounded. You played Grounded.
Oh, I played
You played
Grounded.
Grounded on a stream once.
That's
that
not
really
even-
shouldn't
that
count, but
wasn't
it
even-
inexplicably did.
That wasn't remotely a whole game.
No, we played it at launch. That thing was a graveyard.
You You fought the series of giant balls that you could turn big spiders into if you maxed out the arachnophobia.
And then shortly after that, the game had an empty room, and it was like, "Hey, this is where we're gonna have our great adventures. It's not done yet." And I'm serious. This was the tone, and then that was it.
Yeah.
I was like, "This is the saddest shit in the
Xbox
world."
sure fucking needed anything around then.
Reminder: we had just come from Bleeding Edge, so this was like the 1-2 punch of what's going on at Xbox.
We got to that room like after what was it, an hour and a half? It was not
something
long.
like that. It wasn't very long. Yeah, maybe 45 minutes.
Man,
Anyways, we're gonna be playing it on the Series X.
I'm just it's very likely I'm doing the Doctor Strange, looking at all the different timelines. It's alarmingly likely how likely that the big innovations of the PS6 and the next Xbox, if that comes out, are frame gen on consoles, and we just let early access shit on now. And I'm like, wow, watch this industry collapse.
Yeah, the industry won't make it to there.
Yeah, I think it's so depressing. It's like this gen is the gen where we solved traditional rendering, so they invented a problem. And the next gen will make that problem to some extent okay. You know, it will have
So
the
they'll invent a new
hardware-based
problem.
temporal AA that's good at all, but we won't solve path tracing. So I guess we're never going to solve anything. Anyways, please enjoy Mega Lights.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real. I in my deeply cynical heart, I'm like, there's gonna be some kind of catastrophe. And it's like, there's not gonna be new hardware for a while. The global supply chain has been disrupted.
That is, by the way, for anyone who's curious, the only condition for me to regret not buying a 5000 series GPU. That's it. That's the one. That before we get to 6000, catastrophe. Very possible. Would that make me a dumbass for not doing it? God, no.
Yeah.
No.
That would make me a completely reasonable person who goes...
Frankly, even if that did happen, I don't see how it would meaningfully affect you, because
Right.
to what extent games still existed, their requirements would certainly be going down.
Right. It's more of a production software and other studio type thing. That is the relevant part of that, not... Oh, geez, guys. Okay, you know what? We're going to talk about it. I saw a little bit of the Digital Foundry video on Avowed, just a little bit. And they're like, using a 9800 X3D and a 5090 in performance mode DLSS in 1080p, which means the image is fucking blurry as hell.
Yeah.
We got it to run at 140 frames per second some of the time. I'm like, that is a $2,000 GPU.
Yeah.
What? Excuse me?
$2,000 should do anything. It should be able to just crush anything.
Reminder, performance mode, if I'm not mistaken, that is a 4th resolution. So that is a Vita resolution at the actual internal res. So anyways, it's really great that we solved rasterized normal rendering, and we had to invent a new problem because we can't simply just have good art design and solid tools. We should invent bullshit that artists have to work around to put their vision on screen.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, no, I'm excited for Avowed. It would be really funny if the game looks so bad at 60 frames per second on the Series X that we opt for 30.
I don't think that'll happen on a TAA game.
Yeah, no, we can't, right?
We'll have to see.
But it's all worse than for Nanite.
You should get like a shirt with fake muscles in it and just sit like this the whole stream and just be like, dude, look at that lumens. So
I'm gonna be
cool."
really annoyed if Avowed is actually really cool and they just completely destroyed how it looks.
I want to believe in the soul I caught in the early shit where I'm like, that could be cool as shit.
Uh-huh.
And tomorrow I'm going to find out.
Yes.
Tomorrow I'm going to be like, yo, it's like an Elder Scrolls, but there are saturated colors on screen. That's cool. Look at that weird crystal monster.
Yeah,
That's
it's either going to be that or you're going to have to get some craft paper and make a literal Fell for It Again award and put it on your chest.
I look forward to finding out that game is really cool and then waiting until they finish it or put it on PS5.
Yeah,
Those
that's also kind of
timelines
how
are-
I feel.
Are more alike than you think, my friend.
Yeah, no, it's
My
just really
my
funny.
current plan is still month of Game Pass when Doom comes out. Doom, Claire Obscura, South of Midnight, Avowed. Thanks for the $240 worth of games, Xbox.
Yeah. If we just, I hate that we have to spell this stuff out. That people through hearing us they don't build an understanding framework of like what's inside of Bob and me mentally, like how we make decisions. There is no world where we don't do this for a living and we ever pay money to get 4 or 5 days early access.
Oh
So,
yeah,
like,
no,
like
we don't.
we didn't do it for the longest time. The only time we're doing it is for these Xbox games, which is like kind of cool as a buff because there are so few, it's not happening often. But yes, no, it's
I don't
no
think
world.
if we didn't do this as a living, I don't think would any of us even have an Xbox Series.
I wouldn't.
I don't.
I wouldn't. Yeah, so
Aggro doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, like if this was my full-time job, they could still eat my ass.
Right?
and
like,
you'd
what-
lose so little. Like
Yeah,
they
like-
basically don't exist when it comes to coverage.
Like, oh no, I'd have to play 1 or 2 games a year on PC. Ooh.
Legasp.
I don't have anything else to play in my played. By the way, that's it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm excited for Avowed. I legitimately am really hopeful for this game. As I said, it looks like if Elder Scrolls were crossed with Magic the Gathering. There's really cool vibes I'm getting off of it. The environmental art looks good. I'm really excited.
Yeah, I still, I've only ads I've seen anytime recently have been like, here's this combat. So I have no idea what to
Presumably,
expect from the rest of the game.
You're there for the mechanics and not the actual physical gameplay of combat.
Right?
Because if
I
that's
keep
what
hearing
the highlight of
the
the game is,
combat's
we're
actually.
fucked.
I keep seeing reviews say the combat's actually great, and I'm like, I can't trust you, PC Western RPG gamer.
Bob, quick question.
What's up?
What's more absurd, that this is our first Obsidian game, other than Grounded, which wasn't a whole game, and I doubt it was even by the time they finished, or the fact this is our entry into the Pillars of Eternity universe?
I think it's a little bit more ridiculous than our first Ubisoft
Okay.
Obsidian game because
Okay.
they're like a thing with this large legacy, whereas Pillars of Eternity is kind of, this is their first big game. Like every other Pillars of Eternity game is a small little thing that's like a Diablo perspective and turn based and
It's a
not
CRPG.
widely, not
It's a
widely
Like it's
respected. Like
they
has
sold a
some
lot, but they
fans.
weren't AAA games. Like
Yeah, they're not
they're
AAA
more
games.
on the.
I'm like, Pillars of Eternity is absolutely going to sell better than Avowed by the end of this. I didn't.
probably.
Yeah, no, that's-
there is no chance that this sells better than Pillars of Eternity.
Right, yeah.
One
no,
or
that's-
two. That simply is not possible.
They
If they
in
turn
fact,
off to right now,
they made this system to release it on where you cannot literally sell things. You're not allowed.
yeah, no.
So no, it's like
It's okay. They sold me a copy of the game for $25.
They did.
Genuine question. Like, do you think that we will be given any real notice of Indiana Jones coming out on PS5? Or you just be like, we're not doing a physical release. It's out now. It's out today.
Yeah, they just said
They still
spring.
haven't announced a date now.
didn't
They
give
still
us-
have not announced a date. Like, do you think that we'll even get one? Because there's not any events for it to be at.
Yeah, they don't really do physical releases anymore.
Unless it's going to have a Switch 2 version and they're announcing it there. And pushed it back a quarter to do that.
We'll see. Excited to check
Who
out
knows
Avowed.
what the future could hold?
It can hold many things. Like what if Fable comes out by the end of this year? Aggro, do you think your PC is going to run Fable?
I mean, are you asking whether or not I think it can or whether or not it's gonna?
My PC can run every game. Don't ask me about Infinity Nicky. Hey, who knows? Maybe this time it'll install. I haven't even tried on this install of Windows 11. Maybe this install of Windows 11 is fine. Who knows? Anyways, hey, you know who might know, because they're prophets, I guess, in this. I don't know why they would be. The Podlords?
Oh,
The Podlords? It's kind of crass to refer to the people who support us financially as profits.
Yes, that's right. The Podlords. Podlords such as BN12, Red Blaze 27, Suzushiro, Rado, however many shades of whatever. I'm tired. I feel worse for him every week.
Yeah, no, it's bad.
WTF, Spider-Man. Mr. I Like Spam. ReZero Season 3 returns. Time to find out if this was her plan.
No.
When does this bit move on? Muckbun. There's no need to crawl. Me when my nephew attempts to escape his baby prison when I watch him. Fuck if I know. Chris C. Store brand Juicifrost that honestly is better than the expensive one. Cooper Tank. Hashtag Freaker Gang round 3.
I have unfortunate news about that.
Indigo Sykes. File Nido something. Your image didn't work, Podlord.
Where'd
I'm
it go?
So sorry.
We're safe.
They're
Show
gone.
show us next week. Show us next week. They ran away. Didn't you hear the... Aggro's last 2 weeks imply epic diarrhea. Also slightly less white ink won again. Shocker. I don't know how. He literally had a natural disaster.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
understand it. You just assume
I'm
like,
bad at listening.
yeah,
Like, there's a
something
plumbing problem.
bad happened.
Obviously.
Oh, you shit yourself. I got it. That's their only frame of context for bad.
They may have poorly read my post about keeping your electrolytes up if you have the flu, which did not happen to me.
Yes, no, that's...
All right.
Hello, Dan. Either you can check out Star of Providence or you can enjoy more Spiders and Jeff propaganda. Make your choice. I don't...
What is Star of Providence?
I don't know. I guess we have to check it out.
Yeah, I guess you have to check it out. This raccoon is joining the hashtag Freaker Gang.
He's looking good.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, if they had put in raccoon mode, the obstacle that I will talk about during the state of play coverage that wouldn't be an obstacle at all. I'd pay any price actually. Hey, big publishers, there is a genuine, I think, untapped 10 million seller in what if we made a cinematic Sony style first-person game, but people are like photorealistic furries.
Oh, there is.
Are
Like
furries
what is that
real?
called? Black sad?
But if that had money,
Yeah, if you made like the black sad. It did get a game, I think.
it did.
I was thinking of the comic, but if you made like the big money black sad game, absolutely.
Oh, fuck. The Pod Lords of Shadow.
I don't like you guys. Get out. Why are you
is
watching
from-
my wife die?
Yeah, get out of my house and stop looking at my wife dying.
Is this actually a thing in Lords of Shadow?
Lords of Shadow Mirror Fate.
Oh.
Yeah. What a game. Looks like gambling's back on the menu, boys.
Thought this was gonna be about DraftKings and how they made it $1.5 billion on Super Bowl Sunday.
Sarlene. Timothy Pfister is thrilled to know that Aggro has started Cold Steel 3 and has been introduced to She.
Is that the one you were talking about earlier?
Nope, that's
No.
a totally different one I have not brought up yet because I'm not sure on what side that coin's going to land.
Yeah, you don't get her until a little bit later.
The Hard M. Posting the flagship Monsters Until Wild. Here is Velcana, the Ice Dragon.
Nice.
Matty Mo. Pleochrome. Since Aggro carried the torch so hard in Game of the Year, I too say play Tactical Breach Wizards and learn the Chronomancer's plans. Oh, come on! I honestly...
Oh, I see it in there.
Oh, come on!
Oh my God, there he is.
Is he a child? Why is he so small?
Yeah,
So,
he's baby Karya.
How many Karyas are in there pretending to be an adult?
So last week when I talked about Borderlands 3, I referred to a character turning to dust like Jin Karya does. And that prompted somebody to look up how Jin Karya dies and send me an angry DM going, "What the fuck do you mean he turns to dust in one frame?"
Yep. Sometimes you just gotta clean up the joint that is your anime shonen and you just go and blow it all off the table.
Right?
May I offer some Spideys in these trying times? Cubed and marinated chicken or pork on Italian bread. It's a Spidey. That's...
Oh.
Oh. I expected Spider-Man.
I don't understand why everyone was so apprehensive about this Podlord. That's weird. Don't you look smug with my woman Crip walking on your stage?
No, Drake's a bigger cuck than In. I'm sorry. Like, it's not even close. Like, this power scaling is like the In. Like, In is like the end of Dragon Ball Z, and then Super starts, and Drake shows up.
Golden Drake rocks up.
Holy shit. Oh my god. Vermvarm. Spartacus. I don't know about him. He makes me uncomfortable.
Yeah, there's a lot
I-
of warning signs here.
I think his gimmick is that he's like a masochist.
Really couldn't tell. This is the ultimate chaos control.
Why?
Is that Keanu Reeves in Monster Hunter Wild?
I think the
kinda looks
character
like
is
Keanu
really
Hunter
good,
Wild?
so
He looks pretty Keanu.
They probably did just worked on that for an hours. They're like, yeah, I got it.
A lot of people on Blue Sky were like, "Yeah, I made this great character in the beta. Look at him, because I can't run the game."
Yeah.
United States President. I honestly thought this might have been the Zatch Bell character. Like, I thought we were ahead on the Podlords here.
Oh my god.
I could see it being a Zash Bell character, yeah.
I maybe more coherent than either the on paper president or the actual one right now. Sadly, I couldn't see either of them being as cogent as the speech about loving war.
2'11" weed addict war criminal. Cryptid bird. Ashros. I'm doing these in order of appearance in the manga, by the way.
That's why I don't remember half these guys. They're from the really early Monster of the Week format. I'm like, I don't fucking remember any of these guys.
And Digital Basic.
Oh, I didn't know the scale before. Much smaller than Bridget.
Much smaller than Bridget. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Digital
To our
Basic's like
Podlord.
Fumo size.
So
Thank
small.
you, Podlord.
Thank you, Podlord.
Thank you, Podlords. And if you'd like to become a Podlord, you can go to our Patreon at patreon.com/GB Podcast. For as little as $5 a month, you get access to many benefits, such as early access to Chugging Bleach and perhaps future shows that might be launching within the next couple months. Extended content for shows we do, such as Gamer Premonitions and Armchair Devs, when indeed such content exists to be given to you, and a patron-funded show one a month, either a public show where we watch a horrible thing, like I don't fucking know, Noobs, and patrons get a commentary track, or a private show where we watch a good thing that you get to vote on and then have a roundtable discussion about that good thing. You also get an entire movie called Isolation 119. It is a full feature-length film about a man going to Thailand investigate the injuring of his brother, but to actually get a tax write-off on his vacation to Thailand. Patreon.com/GB podcast. And if you don't have any money, it always helps to tell your friends, rate us on Thursdays, rate us with a T on your podcasting app of choice, and leave a comment and subscribe if you listen through YouTube. Patreon.com/GB podcast.
We've got some news.
We do. I guess we got to go right into hell. That's the pattern we built, huh?
Oh God, is it really? Is it really? Okay.
Yeah, we always do it first now.
Okay, let's see if this works. One moment. Yep, there we go. Okay, industry burning down segment, go.
So my understanding is that League of Legends had a system where if you played the game a bunch, you could get one chest per week that had a 1 in 3 chance of giving you a random skin. Riot put out a video saying they were ending this feature because they thought it might somehow cost them money. They literally said some players were getting too big a library of free skins. So despite this providing a great player experience, we're ending it forever.
Fuck that.
Yeah, wow. Wow.
We're really testing the limits of boiling the frog with a lot of these companies.
It's like, guys, how do you expect to keep people there? Like, why? This is just blatantly bad for your customers, and with no positives.
Well, people are too cucked to go anywhere else. We got them.
They're in and they'll never leave, they say.
Yeah.
Ooh, this was a big one.
Oh, yeah.
WB Games is a total mess. Jason Schreier over at Bloomberg places the blame on David Haddad, who was the executive in charge of the division until recently. Staff claims he would take months to answer any questions, which
that includes stuff like greenlighting the next game or approving their next game or what should we do in this game.
Monolith Productions, after Shadow of War, they started working on a new IP, which executives told them to turn into an existing franchise. Then they just let them roll around in the dirt for 3 years before canceling it.
Mm-hmm.
God.
The head of Monolith and most of the directors quit.
Yeah.
The remaining staff moved over to Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman has been completely rebooted to remove the Nemesis system. And from the phrasing, it sounds like they're trying to make Wonder Woman a more linear, like they say, a more normal action adventure game, which says to me more linear.
Yeah, maybe more like God of War.
More that was my assumption. They're either making it like God of War, or maybe they're making it like an Uncharted type thing. Because I don't see why you would go get rid of the Nemesis system, the only thing anybody cares about related to Monolith, but it's still an open world.
Right.
Yes, because they clearly were going to make this in like Unreal Engine 5, I bet. And making a game the scale of Shadows of War in Unreal Engine 5.
What do you use the Nemesis system for in a Wonder Woman game?
Because you would fight. It was stated that you would fight enemies and be able to befriend them. So unlike Mordor, where you're going, you serve the Bright Lord now, and fry their brain and they work for you. It would be like Diana, like using empathy and the golden lasso to like bring people over to her side. So it'd probably be a similar system.
Huh.
I don't know who you would be doing it to. They did confirm that like this was going to be mostly her fighting like monsters and not Nazis.
Right? Yeah, no, my first thought was like, is it Nazis? Because I would play a game with the Nemesis system that just keeps spitting out weird Nazis that keep coming back more fucked up every time I whip their ass.
The game has already cost more than $100 million.
And
for
no word
nothing.
you're done.
For
Yeah.
literally zero. The
Yeah.
only thing they did was cost Monolith most of their talent.
What a great industry.
Mm-hmm.
WB Games Montreal. They were working on a new version of Gotham Knights to fix it. You can't.
Yeah, right.
But that got canceled. They pitched a Constantine game, and executives suggested they work with a more well-known character, to which I say satanic.
Yeah, no, eat shit.
Like, Jesus Christ, guys.
Yeah.
It's so crazy that the MCU had that period where they were on fire, like on fire in a good way, and like they could sell any character to the public. Nobody even wants to try and be that now. It's like, can we sell Constantine, the cool foul-mouthed drinking British sorcerer who fights demons? Can we sell them to the public? No.
They had like even a successful popular Hollywood movie starring Keanu Reeves.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I think people might like this character.
Yeah, I'm more interested in fucking Constantine game than any WB game.
Yeah.
Ever.
But they were like, why don't you make a Flash game? And then the Flash movie came out, and it's like, that game's canceled now. Yeah. Most of the studio leadership has resigned, and most of the staff is doing support on other projects while working on a pitch for a Game of Thrones game.
A Doom
Same thing
Same
thing I always say, like, you cut these studios to the bone, then you're like, now make something. It's like, they can't.
Mm-hmm.
You fired everybody. Like, the most they can do is they can work on pre-production for a while, turn in the papers and say, can we hire people to make this? And then you're going to say no and shut them down.
So
No, but there were eggs. They were golden. I've seen them. They're in there somewhere.
So this is you thought the tech problem with Japan during 7th gen and late 6th gen was bad. This is so much worse long term.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because
Oh,
they're
yeah,
losing
this
the
is-
talent.
Yeah, they're
This is
gone.
gone.
They're
People
leaving the industry.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, people don't understand how fucking apocalyptic this is going to be long-term for the gaming industry. Like, an entire generation of people with accumulated knowledge and experience making stuff just going. Avalanche Software working on a Hogwarts Legacy sequel. WB literally seems to think Hogwarts Legacy 2 will sell exactly as much as Hogwarts Legacy 1, and I'm like, you're insane.
Even in this article, I didn't write it down, but apparently even they're losing faith in that because they released that Quidditch game last year and it didn't do good at all.
Of
Yeah,
course it didn't. Look at it.
The big open world Harry Potter game where you make your own character and go to Hogwarts is a enormous giga seller once.
Yeah. Like,
I'm not sure that, like, there was clearly a lot of people who don't normally play AAA games, don't normally look at the high end of this shit, who came in for that because they had read Harry Potter when they were younger.
Mhm.
I don't think those people will show up for Hogwarts Legacy 2. They have that already. You made it already.
So Bob, what was in that article? Because you were about to say they say in the article.
in the article, like, apparently execs are now not sure like with, another Hogwarts Legacy. Like, they don't have the confidence in Harry Potter anymore they did even 1 year ago because of this.
Because that bad Quidditch game that came out last year that already was a PS Plus free game bomb.
But
it's
had
like
the brand name on it. Yes.
yeah,
and
they're
what
so
you're
stupid.
selling-
It's like that's nothing. You made nothing.
Yeah.
Like, who the fuck wants a Quidditch game?
Somehow they made this mistake twice because the GameCube had a Quidditch game.
Oh, they keep trying to make a Quidditch game. I think we had the Quidditch game too. Like, they keep thinking it was going to work.
Those probably both sold better than this one.
Probably.
Yes, almost definitely.
And Rocksteady is working on a new single-player Batman game that is years away. First of all, once again, you get rid of everybody and then you tell them make a game. They're not going to be able to make a game. 2, I like Rocksteady. I like the Arkham games. You don't have the connected to the DC animated universe angle anymore because Kevin Conroy has passed. And Mark Hamill has flat out said, why would I do the Joker for someone that isn't Kevin Conroy?
Yeah.
Like, he was my Batman. I'm not going to do the Joker game. Like, the next Batman game, the only thing I would say, yes, that is how you move the Rocksteady Arkham stuff forward, is do a Batman Beyond game.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Like, not
basically-
having Kevin Conroy isn't as big a problem in that because he's not the primary character. Joker isn't in that. You don't have that problem. I'm sure that I don't know what the voice actor for Terry McGinnis is doing right now. Will Friedle. Oh, he's still working. So I feel like that would be a good nostalgia bait angle if they did that, but that's not what they're gonna do. It's gonna be like, make Arkham again. Mark, make Arkham City again. And it's like, they're not gonna. and people aren't going to show up for it. Like, they have no connection to it anymore.
Yeah, it turns out it's been years and you released Suicide Squad. You basically burnt all your goodwill.
Like, if this game comes out completely as developed and comes out as fast as possible, the time between this and Arkham Knight will be 16 years.
I'm just excited over the notion of this game even shipping. Commissioner Gordon, what happened? Ah, it's terrible, Batman. Condiment King scared every single normal civilian out of Gotham. Like last time, and the weather forecast is raining nonstop for 3 days. Are you okay, or is the Joker still in your brain?
You know what's fucked up? With that, we're done with Suicide Squad update they did.
Mm-hmm.
They revealed that, oh no, none of the Justice League died except Wonder Woman.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
I
that-
know. It's so
What?
fucking yeah.
Except
nope.
Wonder Woman.
Wonder
Yeah,
Woman
'cause she
tried
gets
to absorb Superman's lasers and then just
Yeah.
well turns into dust. Like
Yeah, no, she
like
literally,
fucking
everyone
Jim
else was turned evil, but she wasn't. So when she actually just got killed by the clones, no one else did.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Also, I think they're like, don't worry about all those other Brainiacs. Deathstroke killed them. And I'm like, Deathstroke?
He had what?
I'm sorry. That would be the funniest last panel of a comic book in history.
yeah, what?
Yeah.
no, that's. Wait, it's just. I can be a consultant who walks around and slaps people. Because if fucking there are 13 Brainiacs ever crossed my desk, I'd find every person who was involved in the decision to put that in there, and I'd get slapping. Yeah, that's absurd.
Yeah,
Only
I-
a fucking moron.
You know, I used to be like, man, I don't like how these big because this was a thing back in the aughts pretty much, where big corporations would make one, like how Dave Filoni is now the architect of Star Wars. And I'm like, maybe you need a guy like that, because even if he has his own problems and biases, he's not an executive. And it turns out that you'd rather have a dumbass in charge than an executive.
It's true. It's incredibly true.
I assume that an executive is in charge of Star Trek.
Well,
Almost certainly.
But what's the name of that guy? Red Letter Media's always
he's-
pissed at him.
yeah.
That's the dude who's running it all. Like he's
Right.
the producer on every single thing they put out.
And I actually was thinking that name earlier.
Alex Kurtzman.
Alex Kurtzman. There we go.
Ooh.
It's great. We're gonna do the Star Trek podcast, and we're gonna review the original series and TNG and the animated series and Voyager,
Deep Space Nine, and
Deep Space Nine and Enterprise,
and the Orville.
and the Orville. And then it ends.
Unity has continued layoffs. They laid off 25% of their workforce in the previous fiscal year. That was the 1,800 layoffs they did last January 2024. They seemingly laid off hundreds of people at 5 a.m. Like, just sent out a message like, you're gone. They laid off the entire behavior team who were making the stuff. It's like, here's how enemies and NPCs will behave in the game, which was something they started on their own and then became a core part of the Unity business. Entirely gone now. And they were like, you guys said you'd make this open source eventually. Will you do that when we're leaving? Red, 7:04 a.m.
Infuriating.
Yeah, Unity's rough. Unity's in a rough spot. I think they might be terminally wounded.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, no, it's just becoming more and more obvious every year.
Yep. It's funny because of Unity's massive fuck up, we're kind of seeing in the engine space what still hasn't happened in the Photoshop space, in the Adobe space, or overall. Adobe never fucked up hard enough to
just
make
be
everyone go,
completely
fuck it, we're
abandoned."
going with the open source fucking shit. We're gonna
Right.
figure it out. Fuck this.
And Crytek lays off 60, puts Crisis 4 on hiatus, to which I'm like, yeah, you probably should cancel it.
I mean, they basically did.
Yeah.
You know what a
Yeah, they did.
project you put on hiatus is? A project no one is working on.
Yeah, which is effectively canceled.
Mm-hmm.
They're focusing on the Hunt Showdown 1896, which is some kind of extraction survival thing. At least it seems to be doing all right. It consistently has like 25,000 concurrent players on Steam, which is pretty good.
Yeah, it came out back in 2019. When I read that, I was like, oh no. But it surprisingly still has people playing it.
So at least, it looks like it's like, yeah, we're cutting down to what's working, and
That's so
throwing out
sad to
everything
be
that
like,
doesn't.
yep, Crytek making a random extraction shooter. Great.
It's so depressing.
Yeah, it's like you used to make like campaigns and do interesting things and push technology forward, and now you're just
This industry is so starved for a fucking normal first-person shooter. If someone would just fucking make it.
I mean, I feel like that's what eventually is going to happen with the boom shoot phenomenon, because we've started to progress past that into slightly more evolved stuff. I feel like in 4 or 5 years we're gonna have indies being like, here's my 7th gen throwback shooter.
And I'm gonna be like, we've never been more alive, baby! Where's the brain dead twist? And we're gonna pull back a curtain, and it'll be like, the gun was your cousin! And it will be like, oh! Let's get out of here.
That's rough.
We're just, okay. Segment over. I got some interesting news. For history's sake, we should cover the PSN went down for a day. Just Sony wasn't really. They were like, some people might have an outage, and it's like, yeah, fucking everybody.
Yeah.
What do you mean some?
That's all they can communicate. One tweet.
And
That's it.
And then once it was fixed, they were like, we're gonna give everyone 5 days of PlayStation Plus, all subscribers. 5 days of PlayStation Plus. You know, the reason they do this is because they've been trained on consumer rage. Remember when they said they were going to take down the PS3 servers and then they didn't because people got angry? That's how you get shit from corporations. That's it. Doesn't matter what's in the terms of service. It doesn't matter what's in the EULA. It matters if you get angry enough.
Mm-hmm.
And Sony has seen historically from the fucking last time they had a major outage and a security breach, and the PS3 servers announced going down, that y'all are some angry motherfuckers. We better give you anything. So they gave everyone 5 days who's a subscriber. Whoop-de-doo.
Yeah, reminder that that Sony is not profitable without PS Plus subscriptions. Yeah. So anything that if they start being scared that people are going to turn those off,
Mm-hmm.
which, by the way, I am not renewing this year, go fuck yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You provide me nothing. I would rather rebuy whatever fighting game I have on PC than continue to give you money for PS Plus.
I'm at a point I've gotten incredibly. You'd be surprised the level of survival I'm acclimated to with flashing a new instance of Windows 11. Save some
You
fucking
think,
money.
oh, if something catastrophic happens, I might have to replay 20 hours of a video game?
Steam has cloud saves. The amount of games on Steam that don't support cloud saves is very, very small. And usually I'm painfully aware of them up front and go, yo, what the fuck?
Yeah, it is just so frustrating. Like, yeah, Steam offers literally more than you do, and it's free.
Yep. You know why? Because Valve is good guys and Sony bad. No, because they have to compete. Because when they made Steam, there were alternatives potentially, like a physical copy. So they made their servers better and better because they had to compete with you literally doing anything else. Because you don't have to run Steam on your hardware.
No.
Now, with the prices of PC components being insane, Sony, especially with the Switch being in its later years for all of the PS5's life, has competed with virtually nothing.
Yeah,
Xbox
like
is
that we
dead.
talk about. We talk about the PS5 sales being slightly better than PS4 sales. Like, it's because people aren't buying Xboxes this gen. They're like, Microsoft is like 8 million sales behind last gen. Guess where those people went? A lot of them went to PS5. hell, I'm willing to bet that if you could somehow look in through the looking glass, I'm willing to bet that almost every person with a Series X has a PS5. Series S probably not, but Series X,
Yeah, the funny
almost
thing is,
certainly.
when we get a price cut, I bet Series S owners might find the price of the digital-only PS5 to be tempting. Like, because the number one sale of Series S is children and parents who don't want to deal with that.
Right.
So we might see that sickening thing that happens sometimes where it's like early in the gen, we bought our child the dog shit version of a console. And then later in the gen, they got the real version. That might be Series S to PS5 pipeline.
Mm-hmm.
Weirdly enough. If there's a price cut,
Still a big if.
There's going to be a price cut, right, guys? Guys?
I think they're going to have to be punished first.
Yeah, 100%. MinMax did an interview with, let me see if I'm saying, Andrea Piscino, the co-founder of Ready at Dawn, where he talked about like shutting down fucking how Meta killed Ready at Dawn. But more interesting and relevant to history, I think, is all the comments they made about the development of the Order 1886 and Daxter. I'm going to talk about the Daxter stuff first because it's funnier, I think. It's the only Jack and Daxter game they got to make was this Daxter game. Because Naughty Dog then went, we want to make a PSP Jack and Daxter. No, we don't. And that took years. That small gap of time was a few years. So it was enough for them to be like, well, we're not working on that. Let's go find something else to do. It is worth noting Neil Druckmann did write on Jack and Daxter, The Lost Frontier, which was developed by High Impact Games. That's how long the gap took. It took from that point with Daxter all the way to The Lost Frontier for them to be like, us writing it's good enough. That's there. And it's like, Ready at Dawn could have made another. What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
Like, why the hell would Naughty Dog even bother being like, yeah, we'll make another Jack? Like, you're making Uncharted and The Last of Us. Like, you're going to stop and make a Jack? No, you're not.
No, you're not. Also, there were some interesting anecdotes about like they had to share a development kit for the PSP when they were working on Daxter at first. So they would get it for a week and then have to ship it off to the other studio. What? Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, absolutely
They're
insane.
owned by
The
Sony.
hardware. Well, at that point, I don't know. They were never owned by Sony.
Oh no.
That's why they were able to be bought by Meta.
Right.
And in fact, that leads into this next part, the part about the Order 1886, because they were never owned by Sony. The language in this is talking around it.
Mm-hmm.
You can go listen to it for yourself, but he doesn't say or accuse Sony of anything specific, but he does note they were in a bad spot when they were making the Order 1886 because they made deals with Sony management when it came to the game about how specifically development would go, and then all of those people got promoted, and they now had to deal with the people who replaced them. And the new people in those positions didn't really work with them as well or let them scale up necessarily in staff in order to hit the milestones. So they were like milestones they were kind of not hitting at the level they wanted to, and all these other things. They didn't get to scale up to finish the game they wanted. And towards the end of development, they actually did do mock reviews. That's where they get former journalists or whatever to do game reviews to figure out, like, how's the public going to receive this game? And the mock reviews are like, yeah, it'll get in the 70s on Metacritic. And they're like, okay, that's doable. We can deal with that. And then it comes out and it lands in the 60s, and Sony's like, we're going to fucking kill you. Sold okay, allegedly. Weirdly enough, the people at Ready at Dawn are not knowledgeable about their sales, just like the Days Gone guy.
Oh, yeah.
Just like John Garvin, apparently Sony does not necessarily reveal the full amount of sales, and the prestige is very important to PS4 era Sony.
Mm-hmm.
It's not about just sales. So it landing in the 60s and stuff was enough for a sequel to not get greenlit, even though they had ideas on how to improve stuff. So
I mean, clearly that
game's not done.
no.
It is super, super, super not done.
Yeah, even
Maybe
at the
the
time,
ideas you
people were-
showed in this earlier trailers.
Yeah, behind
Even
the
at the time,
scenes,
people were
not
like-
not in earlier trailers. In the behind the scenes stuff, behind closed curtains, they literally showed environmental destruction and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
All these things, they're like, this is what's going to be in the game, and people wrote about it. And then you read that, and you play the game, and you go, fucking what? What were you gonna say, Chris?
Yeah, but even at the time when it came out, people were like, the order 4 hours. Like,
I wish you remember that stream.
Yeah, no, that was
wasn't it
definitely
like
longer.
6 or was it 8?
I think it was 8 hours. We were like, why did they keep saying it was 4? I know there's only original content for 4, but oh my god. Yeah, it's a shame that they didn't get the money necessary. It feels like that generous Sony that let you take forever making your game wasn't quite around yet.
Uh-huh.
And maybe isn't that way with people who weren't owned by Sony. In fact, some of the comments in this interview are about exactly that, about how being owned by Sony, you get a whole different deal. So I thought that was an interesting interview. Highly recommend it. I always recommend telling interviews with people in the industry who maybe just left. Because again, Meta totally screwed Ready at Dawn and they're dead. Hey, Bob.
Hey.
You seem to have accidentally copy and pasted some of your news from December into the news this week. You want to like delete that or something? That can't possibly.
This I think is real. I'm pretty sure IGN posted it. That starting today, 5 new weekly speedrun levels are coming to Astrobot, and with special bots as well for each one.
I'm winning so hard. Are you fucking serious? That's awesome.
It's pretty cool.
That's so fucking good, man.
I did not get a chance to boot it up and check it out, but the little tiny trailer they put out, it was the time stop mechanic, which was like, oh yeah, I guess that wasn't speedrun before.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I love that mechanic. It's so fucking cool. Oh shit. Yeah, I'm not playing it until all 5 are out. Just like last time.
Yeah, fair.
I'm sorry. I'm just
Yeah, I feel like these would be cooler as content drops. They're like, oh, check out this. It's
yeah,
all here.
because when the last 5 were finally dropped and I had time, I just went through and got best rank on my entire friend's leaderboard on all of them, and then moved on with my life. I don't.
Right, like I don't want to boot up the game to play a single time trial level. That's not that exciting.
Yeah, no, that's not even going to take me 40 minutes.
Right. I don't know who it's for.
I don't know why they dole it out like this. It seems like it's way too much QA and stuff wasted to do something that doesn't work.
Mm-hmm. It's going to be in the news feeds every week. It's like, no, it's not.
No, bro. No,
The first one is. You didn't even put this in your PlayStation State of Play. What was up with that, Sony?
Yeah, what was up with that, Sony? Part of what made me go, what? And be so confused about this is the fact they didn't put it in the State of Play.
Right.
It's worth noting, PlayStation people have said that, Astrobot's important and they want to make more family-oriented games going forward, that is an important thing to PlayStation. So,
Thank God.
holy shit.
damn.
I mean, I'll believe it when you start doing it, because right now that just comes out to, we will do more of thing that was successful.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what do
Yeah.
you think? What are they going to say? No.
Yeah, the interesting thing here, let me see. According to Sony, the title sold 1.5 million units in the first 9 weeks, a significant chunk of which was to new players. In Europe, Astrobot is said to have outperformed virtually any non-Super Mario new 3D platformer game in the last decade.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
It's like,
That's
wow.
more sales than Veilguard.
Sounds like somebody would kill to be you right now, Sony. You should make more of this. What are you doing? Maybe you should let some apes escape as well.
Maybe.
You got Ape Escape. You could bring out Ratchet again instead of being like 2029.
Yeah.
You got Sly. You got Spy. Well, you don't have Spire. You fucking sold that to Xbox, dumbass.
It was a
Jack and
complicated deal
Daxter.
with Universal. Thank you. They have Jack and Daxter. They could make
Yeah,
some
you got
and
Jack. You could hear me out.
Uh-huh.
Make a fucking new IP
Right?
No.
that's aimed at a younger audience that
Oh,
isn't
God,
Knack.
no.
What?
I knew what? You sound insane. Ignore the fact
See, you could-
Astrobot's that.
Right.
See, you could look at your roster of franchises and be like, most of these are aimed at teenagers or adults.
Uh-huh.
We have a hole in our lineup, several holes in fact, but the most notable one is that you don't really have any games for anybody under like 15, 16. And if your attempt at rectifying that was Lego Horizon, whoever suggested that should be put in prison.
Fact. Just outright fact. Yeah, so we got some quotes here. The problem is how much they focus on Astro specifically. They go, Astro is very, very important to PlayStation. Obviously, we had the pre-install with the PlayStation 5 that millions have embraced and love, and I think that's becoming a little bit of a platform to launch this new game now. It's remarkable that a very small team is able to deliver a game that is so big. It's really become a great game in itself, and it's become a celebration of everything PlayStation at this point. Bro, don't do Astrobot 2.
Yeah,
Just
please.
that's all I'm begging you. And if you do it, don't do it immediately. Do something else.
You need something else to put in the Astro game. Give us some material.
Yep. Also, I think in a lot of ways this hit the peak of what it could be. I think musically we've done these songs and those versions of them the most we can. I think it is time to move on, at least for now. And as we just covered, they have so many IPs.
Yeah.
And so many studios that just had their to-do list stricken out, right?
We're never seeing Sackboy again, are we?
No, probably not.
The only way that's happening is Sumo Digital, because they just announced we are apparently not making anything original ever again. So maybe that means they're making Little Big Planet 4, because they did 3, they did Sackboy's Big Adventure.
So this isn't directly relevant to what we're talking about, but Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 came out like last week, 2 weeks ago.
Yep.
You know what has happened? That game's hitting like 300,000 concurrent players on Steam. It's fucking enormous.
Mhm.
Probably the biggest release of the year so far. But Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 is shooting back up to 35, 40,000 concurrent users. It's almost
mysterious behavior. I've never heard of this before.
It's almost like you should use new games as an excuse to get new people into your franchises from your previous games, which are more affordable and will lead to them buying your new games. Sony, who still I cannot play. I guess they put all the Sly games on, except for the PS3 one, on their back compat thing now. But where's Ratchet? Where's Jack's actually also there? But fix them. Fix these things. Where the fuck's Ratchet? Figure out something for PS3 also. People need to be able to play this shit. They'll give you money and then get into their franchises.
I don't know. Everything you just said just leads me to believe we should make Astrobot 2, because then one would sell even more.
I mean, they're going to make Astrobot 2, but they need to make some other shit in addition to that.
They do. And once again, all their studios are opened up because of Jim Ryan's heinous tyranny.
Mm-hmm.
The next Astrobot game needs to be another weird Smash clone.
Ooh.
Ugh.
Wait, yeah, that would also be actually
All of
terrible.
your playable characters are bots.
Ugh,
That's
Oops,
bad for
all
don't know which
readability
one is me.
concerns. Yeah.
that's so bad.
Yeah, that sounds terrible. Hey, Bomb.
Hey, we got other stuff. PlayStation presents Death Stranding 2 on the beach special panel at South by Southwest March 9th. So
I wonder if Kojima had something to do with this.
it's a mystery.
It's so normal for video games to go to South by Southwest for their exclusive reveals.
That's why we didn't see any Death Stranding 2 at that event yesterday. Kojima had other plans.
Good for you, Queen.
Loot boxes are coming back to Overwatch 2. It's going to be out February 18th.
What's next? Are we going to announce that children have been employed to work on Overwatch 2?
I feel like, you know that tweet that gets posted sometimes of like, Elon Musk will eventually trial and error his way to all the exact same policies at Twitter he ended?
Mm-hmm.
Blizzard's going to do that with Jeff Kaplan. Like, they will somehow recreate Jeff Kaplan from parts. And he will be the new overseer of Overwatch.
Also, they're actually adding in that perk system they talked about before Overwatch 2 launched, when it was actually a new game, was new systems.
What?
Yeah, they're adding that in where you get new abilities per character. Like, apparently you get 2 perks per match, and they unlock as you play.
So, but
And Some of them are like just stat changes. Others are literally new moves.
Oh my god. Okay, so real quick, you get to make choices for these, right? These
Yeah.
aren't just hard unlock. So they literally need a deadlock to come out for them to realize, oh shit, we made that shit and then we didn't put it in our game.
Yes.
Holy fuck. What a hopeless industry.
Yeah.
They're also adding in third person mode, which I think is a thing Marvel Rivals already has. So it just comes off like them just copying.
That's the default Marvel
Yeah,
Rivals.
that's default Marvel Rivals. They really are just.
Yeah, no.
We did what other people did, but late enough to kind of look stupid.
Yeah, and that's the third person thing is going to be a single mode in April.
Why?
Yeah, it's like you
Why
can't just
is
play
it-
the game like that. It's just,
Why can't I? Whatever. It is pointless to yell about the actions of the insane.
right?
You're never gonna boot Overwatch again. Don't lie to yourself.
I downloaded it. It says I thought the loot boxes might already be out. I didn't. They weren't though.
Chris is like, you're mentally well, Dan, and there's no way you or anyone near you would fall off the wagon. And he says this over the sound of Bob's body hitting the dirt.
Right?
Don't pretend you're going to eat the beer drenched dirt from underneath those bleachers. You have too much self-respect for that.
No, it's so likely I'll just boot this like a couple times just to see it.
Yeah.
It's
Right. That's what I've been doing with Overwatch. Something interesting new happens. I go check it out, and I don't play it any farther than that. When I did try and go back before, though, it was like, man, without the loot boxes, you really don't feel like you're getting anything because
that's literally why I stopped playing it.
like every the currencies you get is so minuscule that it's like, oh man, I could get a costume in 5 weeks of hardcore playing. It's like, that's not happening.
Yeah, no, that's what we were figuring out at the launch of Overwatch 2. It's like, bro, I'm not going to play it enough for this to ever add up to anything. I'd rather have the loot boxes.
Right? You
Because
made the game wrong.
I don't need to buy them. I just get them when I beat battle.
Right, and that's fine along with the system of, oh, you can spend money and get that thing because then
Right.
you don't just lose your mind and like, oh, I need to keep rolling to maybe get the thing.
Oh man, here's the thing though. I don't lose my mind. I've never once just been like, there's a thing I want hundreds of dollars. Like I know that's a person.
Yeah, that's
But it's never been
many
going-
people. That's many people.
Yeah. Well, statistically by dollar value, it's many, many people, but it's actually like probably 0.01% of the people playing who are whales. But yeah, no, like for me, it was just worse to have that second system because it's like I'm never gonna get anywhere. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. Oh look, I can look ahead to see all the shit I don't want that I'm gonna get.
Yeah,
I would rather random get something that I go, oh, that's kind of neat, than anticipate going through 20 things I don't give a fuck about to never get enough currency to get a thing I do give a fuck about. What a fucking nightmare. Let's move on.
Twisted Metal is getting a season 2, which we already knew about, but they put out a trailer and it's coming out in summer.
Hell yeah.
That's the Twisted Metal TV show on Amazon.
It's on Amazon now?
Isn't it on there?
No, that's Peacock, Bob. You
Oh
gotta
my God.
remember the main
Okay.
Peacock, bro. They had one win.
They did have one. Oh, my bad.
One. Yes, featuring Samoa Joe.
Yes.
Kind of.
Spinach
in
Samoa
the
Joe's
flesh.
body.
Featuring the body of Samoa Joe. It's like the fucking Futurama bit.
Yes.
The body of Agnew. Yeah.
I actually haven't watched the trailer yet. Season 1 was good.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go in and watch it. I don't even need to watch the trailer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was shockingly surprised by how good season 1 was. I
Mhm.
hope they learned that their only problem with season 1 is they didn't totally lean into camp. They did a lot, but there were parts where they pulled it back. This needs to be extra campy.
It's so funny because like that character in the MCU that same actor plays.
Yeah.
He's the new Cap.
Yeah, Sam
right?
Wilson, Falcon. Yeah, he's Falcon / the new Captain America.
I didn't really attach to him at all in that because one, I missed a whole movie he was in. Two, I missed apparently what was it, a live action series he was in.
Yeah, Falcon and Winter Soldier.
But I watched Twisted Metal on Peacock, and they had the one scene where it's like, oh, he has such a sexy back. His back muscles are so sexy that I'm now just gonna think about that anytime I see. Like, I'm gonna go watch the fucking 4th Captain America movie or whatever it is, and just be like, "Wow, how is he gonna defeat Red Hulk? Is it gonna be with this muscular?" And this is my brain now. Let's move on to Chris news. Chris.
So Valve has banned Steam games that force players to watch in-game ads.
Dope.
So like if you put up like a PC version of your mobile game that's like, oh, it seems like your run ended early. Would you like to watch an ad and come back to life? They're like, don't get to have that shit on our platform. Go fuck yourself.
Good.
It has been interesting seeing over the last few months, like Valve getting more and more good things like this happening. It's like, yeah,
Which
get
is-
the
You know
trash off.
how like California acts as a secondary regulatory apparatus to the United States because they're so large. I feel like Valve's Steam is starting to become that for the rest of the gaming industry.
Which is truly
It's like-
bizarre.
It's like you don't get to ship on Steam if you have AI generated shit. You tell the consumer every single thing in this that's AI generated, or go fuck yourself.
Which is really bizarre because even though I said that whole thing earlier of they have the most competition because you can install anything on your PC, realistically, as a market force, they have the least competition.
Yeah, now they don't.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but like the moment Gabe Newell dies, and like the second Valve goes public as a company, they will be the worst company in the industry instantly.
Yeah,
frame
Like
one.
they will be deep, dark, triple EA evil.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to keep them alive forever.
I mean, let me see how old Gabe is right now.
60 something, right?
Okay, he's only 62. The average age for his wealth bracket is like 88. I think we're safe for a while.
Weird that the wealth bracket would be so relevant to the longevity of a human being. That doesn't make any sense. Patreon.com/GB podcast. Next news.
So, something that I'm pretty sure that I have mentioned every single time I have brought up Pirate Warriors 4 in the past 4 years. Every single time. Every single time. They're finally making a PS5 and Xbox Series native version of it.
Crazy.
Neat.
Is this a good place to get into One Piece?
No.
Oh.
No.
Oh.
There is a survey to request for them to add certain characters. I don't know everybody who's in that game, so I can't even begin to think of who I would request for them to add.
Yeah,
Live action Luffy.
they have so many already.
Just make a version of Luffy that looks like the actor.
God.
That would be
That'd be
incredible.
so scary.
It would be awesome. Do it.
Put in, I don't know, Vegapunk York. I don't know.
I did.
Real quick. Yeah, go ahead.
I
Go
saw
ahead.
people being like, "This is the worst version of Pirate Warriors. Why do they keep updating this one?" I was like,
What?
What?
Like,
I'm like, is that widely considered the case?
It sold a bunch and they keep updating it, so I don't think so. I feel like one was a weird like platform, like almost like an adventure type game with weird different levels.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I played some of this. I didn't feel like it was worse.
Okay, that's
Seemed
good.
fine.
I can't play it yet. I'm 800 episodes in and I can't play it yet.
You can play some of it.
No, I can't.
Like-
it starts on Wano. I'm not to Wano yet.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Pirate Warriors 4 starts in Alabasta.
I booted it the other day and it started in Wano.
That might just be the opening cutscene.
Oh my god.
So that doesn't help you.
No, it doesn't. I want to spoil that.
Real quick though, Bob, weren't we talking about the other day that that one actor who might have been?
Yeah.
Oh God,
The actress who plays
starts with a J.
Yeah.
Loves One Piece. Anyway. God damn it. She's got the chopper like doll or whatever, right? Jamie
Jamie Lee Curtis?
Yeah, Jamie Lee Curtis.
She ended up in Borderlands, and Bob was like, "Wait, could she not be in One Piece because of that?" or
No,
something?
because
What the
Borderlands
deal?
was filmed long enough so that wouldn't be the case. But the Star Trek movie
Well, she was luckily barely in that.
She was barely in that,
but
so that's not what prevented it. I have no idea.
something else may have.
Because apparently, like, she was going to be one of the main characters for the next season in One Piece, and then something fell through, and that didn't happen.
Yeah, she was going to be like a major character that's in one of the I don't know where they would end that season, but there is a major character that everybody wanted her to play.
Mhm.
Someone is saying she was doing Freaky Friday 2.
Oh yeah.
Oh, come on.
When there is no more room left in hell, Glover will walk the earth again.
Oh, no.
Glover for PS5, Xbox Series, PS4, Xbox One, and Switch launches February 27th. So Dan,
Why is hell so
gonna be
full?
there?
I'm sure we can figure out something more important to play than Glover, right?
Yeah,
Dan?
no. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna death stream
The
Glover.
Glover versus Croc death flop swap.
We're gonna death stream Glover, but I'm gonna get an actual rack in the background to torture Carl the entire live stream. I'm just gonna ratchet it up, and he'll just scream in horrible pain. Then I'll get a
Man.
bullwhip and just like, this is your fault.
Wins the Croc PS1 versus Croc remastered with the controls that make the game completely different flop swap.
Oh my god. Where is the Croc PS5 Pro? Where is that? When did that? Where did it? Do they have a new date?
Oh,
It's
what's their
slipped.
Pro
I don't know.
update?
No, it didn't launch. It was gonna have pro support, and then it slipped, or it's insanely expensive. I can't remember.
Yeah, it's still just Q1. It
Oh,
hasn't
wow.
been revealed yet.
See?
We're running out of Q1.
We are
quickly.
running out of Q1 quickly. We're over halfway through Q1 as of like 3 days from now.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that has the PS5 Pro mode, which made me laugh a lot because what the fuck do you mean?
Yeah.
Your Croc remaster has a Pro mode. So I guess we needed to come out in order to do that flop swap.
This isn't really news, but Epstein associate and alleged pedophile Bobby Kotick did an interview this week where he claimed that all allegations against him and anybody in ActiBliz management was a fraud used to drive union membership. He went on a
Fall off a
venture
bridge.
capitalist. He went on a venture capitalist podcast and said this.
And they just let him say that.
Well, yeah, venture capitalists are all subhuman scum.
Yeah.
Great. One more bit of news that just happened today, so I didn't put it in yet. Mobile Suit Gundam Seed Battle Destiny Remastered announced for Switch and PC out May 22nd. This was a Vita game.
What? What?
A Vita mobile Gundam Seed game remastered. Bamco's in trouble. They're going to be remastering fucking anything for a while.
Awesome.
I got some notes on other Gundam games you should have chosen.
Okay, yeah. like what? Is
Battle Assault 3. That has Gundam Seed even. Just do it.
No.
Do a Battle Assault collection.
Yeah.
I mean, for fuck's sake, Battle Assault 3 is on the PS2. Just do the PS5 emulator thing.
Yeah.
I
the
want
hell?
to play. I want to play Battle Assault 2 again and pick Duo Maxwell and do his super and hear slash.
Shit. We need more Warriors games on the Game of the Year. Give us Gundam Musou.
Yeah. Yeah. They're
Please.
just sitting there
I'm
collecting
surprised they haven't
dust.
made a new one of those in a while. They've had enough Gundams. Since.
They certainly have. And do another new one like the first one where you cross all the universes. That was incredible.
Yeah, that would
Mhm.
can you imagine just like there'd be so many memes of like Char trying to talk to Suletta and we'd be like, get away from her, you fucking freak.
Yes.
Yes. It'd be all worth it for that.
Stay away from her, get a job.
Oh my god, I cannot remember what is the name of that boss ass chick with the big pink pom pom hair. I need her decking Char.
Oh, God, what is her name? It's gone.
Choo choo? Choo choo.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just for clarity on the YouTube VOD and on the audio version, chat got that. I don't know who the fuck this person is. Anyways, we got to talk about the state of play. But before that, and I know this is prolonging this. No, seriously, though, release a Warriors Gundam, please. I need that so bad. I need a year where I win so hard because you made a Warriors roguelike that's good somehow. A fucking Dynasty Warriors that is Game of the Year contender, and then you just made another Gundam Warriors. I will have not one more in my life ever.
Oh man, if I catch up on One Piece, technically One Piece Warriors 4 will qualify for Game of the Year this year.
Also, there might be Hyrule Warriors 2 with the Switch 2. It'll have even more characters and actually run right.
That would be pretty incredible.
God, can you imagine when we just all walk into Game of the Year wearing clown outfits? Everybody has two different Warriors games on their top 10.
It's okay, because they're going to remaster Chrono Trigger, and it's going to take our Game of the Year.
We knew this Game of the Year was going to be weird a long time ago, but
yes,
it's shaping up to be wild.
It is. So far, we've got 2 months and 2 Warriors games. Keep it up. I have a top 12 this year. Sony did a state of play, which, by the way, apparently was the name of a film from like 20 years ago.
That makes sense.
Didn't know that. Now I'm going to have to watch that and the movie breakdown. They announced many things. Sonic Racing Cross Worlds announced there's a network test 1 week from today on the 21st.
And they did confirm that that's going to have other franchises. I don't
think
know.
they should have
Thank
shown
God.
in a trailer.
Right? Why
Well,
not?
that'll be the trailer in the Switch 2 reveal.
Mm-hmm.
And they had the warp. They add the warp rings from the Sonic movie.
Yep.
So you go through those and do a different levels.
It's Outrun. It's Outrun because you get to the end and then whoever's in the lead gets to pick which direction you go.
Oh,
So it's
really?
Outrun.
Oh shit, that's awesome.
Because
That's
they
cool.
showed like the portal rings 2 by the side, and I think whoever is in the lead decides where the race goes.
With all your favorite Sega characters, Sonic the Hedgehog, that guy from Yakuza, which one? I don't know. Either the Lamborghini from Outrun, and the hot lady in the passenger side.
Diana Patrick.
Danica Patrick.
Knights. Nobody actually cares about knights, but they pretend.
Hey, can we
Billy
is
Hatcher,
Rachel
he's
Ledger in
back
here?
from hell.
And the Yogs cast guy.
Oh no!
Full monkey
At least that would mean Team Fortress 2 guys are in there.
Jesus Christ. They announced it's a good showing for Sega apparently because August 29th we're getting Shinobi Art of Vengeance. It is made by the Streets of Rage 4 people. It's got a great fucking soundtrack. It looks so good. This is going to be the best Shinobi game probably.
I like reading some of the blog posts about this and then being like, yeah, we have to explain that this isn't a Metroidvania.
Oh my god.
It's like a linear traditional style action game.
It's like
Yeah, they mostly don't make that anymore, so it makes sense.
Yeah, Streets of Rage 4 was kind of weird in that it was that and it was really fucking good and I'm like,
Yeah, that was the best one of those. This could well be the best 2D Shinobi.
uh-huh.
Easily.
Yeah-huh. Yeah-huh.
Oh yeah, I didn't write it in here, but they announced that first content update for Monster Hunter that's coming out after the game comes out.
Yes.
Whoa.
With Lucrezia, right? That's the name of that
That's
thing?
right.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the name of the monster that's coming.
Lucrezia?
Yeah, Lucrezia, yeah. Please be excited for that. Digimon Story Time. Wait, sorry. Digimon Story. It's all supposed to be one word. Digimon Story, Time Stranger. At least that's how they write it in the fucking logo. Is out this year. It looks like a high budget Digimon game. That's amazing.
Yeah,
I love that it took everybody I've seen reacting to this so long to figure out it was a Digimon game. Not because it was, oh, that's a really weird design for Digimon game. It just had too much money.
Right.
Yeah.
Like that just
I also think it was
compute.
funny because this leaked before that day, and people were like, "Fucking $70 for a Digimon game, stupid fucking Namco, stupid Scamco." Because people were, of course, expecting something in the money range of Cyber Sleuth,
Mm-hmm. Something
And
you
then
find
this-
out the change on the carpet.
and this seems to be an actual game with money, which I will still not buy for $70.
Mhm.
But it is at least appreciated that you respected the social contract, and if you were going to charge $70, made a game that obviously has more money than the ones you sold for $60.
Lost Soul Aside is coming out May 30th. I'm shocked
Hell
it's that early.
yes. It looks cool as hell.
Mm-hmm.
And this is PS5 and PC?
Yep.
Wow. It's going to be really funny when we compare this game to Black Myth Wukong when it comes to performance. I'm very excited to see.
Yeah,
how
this
that
game
shakes
that's
out.
been made in partnership to some level with Sony and probably optimized it all. Although still made by probably less people.
Sega, however, decided to hurt me. They're like, the Pyro Yakuza Hawaii demo's out tomorrow during Big Thing. I'm like, oh, cool, great, fucking awesome. The fucking carnival's in town during Big Thing. Fuck you, Dan. Video games.
Yeah, I got it downloaded, but I didn't have time to play it before coming here.
I might download it while we go get cookout.
We would never do that. What are you talking?
You're right. I'm sorry for this outrageous suggestion of what we might do after a podcast. But yeah, that demo's out. I wonder if the demo has a PS5 Pro mode. But that's not all. Ichiban Kasuga is coming to your favorite indie game, Dave the Diver.
I still don't know what that game is. It's really funny they seemingly added like a Streets of Rage mode
Mm-hmm.
where he beats people up.
It is really weird.
Yeah.
WWE 2K25 detailed their PS5 and Xbox Series exclusive multiplayer experience, The Island. Aggro, are you man enough for The Island?
Probably not.
Okay, well.
It's literally made like PlayStation Home, but for WWE. It's so funny.
It's
I was
fucking
like, yeah, Mod Nation Racers lobby. Let's fucking go.
This year is why Dragon Age Veilguard didn't sell. They didn't have the island.
Here's the thing. You can't read chat's tone, okay?
Okay.
But so many people are reacting angrily to the indie game thing, and I'm like, now, do they think I actually believe that Dave the Diver's an indie game, or are they just not knowledgeable enough on the broad industry to have caught when it was called an indie game, and everyone's like, it's published by fucking Epic.
It's got pixel art. It's indie.
Anyway, we don't know. But we're continuing on. Splitgate 2's alpha. I believe this is a closed network test or open network test.
I couldn't find too much info.
Unclear.
Exactly.
It's a network test of some sort. It's happening February 27th. So
That's cool. I played a little bit of the first game, and that was pretty fun. I'm curious to see how this goes because this is them adding in a bunch of like things they probably didn't need to add.
but who knows? Maybe this is its moment.
Maybe
It could be. Splitgate always seemed really neat.
right.
I should try it. It's the alpha on PC as well. I
Probably.
don't want to play a shooter like Splitgate on a controller.
Honestly, the first one is kind of modeled after Halo,
Okay.
so maybe it'll feel fine.
We'll see. Borderlands 4 is coming out September 23rd.
Hooray.
There's this Borderlands 4 Direct in spring.
Boo.
It's called the state of play, but I wrote direct because it was like, it's a direct. You know what you're doing. But we saw gameplay. It didn't look like they had just turned on every feature in Unreal 5. So I'm a lot more comfortable with it.
So this isn't something I really concern myself with because I don't think September would be the correct month for it. But does Borderlands and GTA have the same publisher?
Yes, in fact, the fact that Mafia game is supposed to be in like August has people thinking GTA 6 is November.
Yeah, which would make sense.
If it isn't delayed out of the year entirely, they just haven't confessed yet.
Exactly, because they wouldn't obliterate their own game. That means if you're lining up August to September,
Unless
that
you're
means...
EA, then
they're not
so
because they're way smarter than EA.
Options are November, or they just don't want to reveal it's been delayed before the end of the fiscal year.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
they had interviews recently where they're like, look, it's coming out this year. We just don't want to say when because that will be enough bad luck for it not to be this year anymore.
yeah.
That says to me like you're not sure it's this year.
Exactly.
Split Fiction is out March 6th. What's that?
I hear that's some kind of game where it takes two.
Hey, Bob.
Hey.
I want a way out of this conversation.
Okay.
Directive 8020. What's that about? Is that? Oh, Dark Pictures. That's and now it's in space.
Yeah.
And it's the thing.
I was more freaked out that this was announced now and not like 2 years ago when we have 3 of these exact same looking games announced at one show.
You're right, chat. The better transition is if I just quietly, without any other words, just went, brothers. And then we moved on. Brothers.
This is Supermassive isn't doing so fucking hot.
No, this is probably their last hurrah.
Yeah, if this doesn't like take off, they might be fucked.
I didn't realize they were that in trouble.
Yeah, they laid off like half their studio last year, I think.
That's okay. How much do you really need your studio to be up and running to launch a video game nowadays? They basically make themselves. Anyways, that's out October 2nd. We got to see that Claymation 3D game that is both for normal and PSVR 2, The Midnight Walk. That thing still looks unbelievable.
Yeah, I kind of didn't expect first-person perspective for some reason, even though I know it's a VR game as well.
Yeah, no, it's really cool to see a volumetric thing that is made in Claymation. It is such a stunning thing they've done here. Definitely worth looking up.
Mm-hmm.
Incredible. Darwin's Paradox coming 2025. It's some sort of octopus game published by Konami and made by a new studio, right?
Yeah, new French studio is making it.
I can't remember the name. I just remember, no shit, it starts with Z-E. And I'm like, you cannot make a new French studio that starts with Z. You can't do it. You're literally trolling me. What do you... Anyway, so that's a thing. It gave me Abe's Odyssey. It's pronounced The Dream Team. Oh my God, that's right.
Hell yeah.
Because it's D-R-I-M-E, T-I-M-E. The Dream Team.
Oh my God, that's
Holy
great,
fucking
actually.
shit, you are trolling me. Anyway, it gave real Abe's Odyssey vibes.
Yeah, I kept trying to come
It
up with
did.
a joke that combined Abe's Odyssey and Octopus, and the results were not wholesome.
We already talked plenty about Warriors Abyss, but this is where it shadow dropped. Bob laughed and he was like, Tecmo Koei shows up the Xbox thing. Shadow drops Ninja Gaiden Black 2. Tecmo Koei shows up to Sony State of Play. They shadow drop $20 game.
Yeah, they're like, here's your little, like, the scraps that were left over. We're just going to put this out on a random Sunday.
And it was so mobile game coded. I was like, oh my God, what is this thing they just dropped on my lap? Onimusha 2's remaster, its HD version, is out May 23rd.
Exciting.
Bob,
Yeah.
we have to stream this for one reason alone.
What's that?
I don't have any frame of reference for any Onimusha thing at any remotely deep level except for 1 and Blade Warriors.
I mean, with 3, you at least know Jean Renault's in there.
Yeah, and I've seen the intro, which looks fucking immaculate.
Yes.
Yes, it's really cool.
It's unbelievable.
But that's so funny because it's like this series got good at 2. You didn't need to wait
One's
one more
okay.
game.
One's
pretty decent.
It's
one's
okay.
a neat game for PS2 launch. It's like I said, it and Smuggler's Run fit in the same category. And I'm like, why'd you make a sequel? What? No, that was a PS2 launch game. I'm good.
But yeah, I remember liking the 2 a lot.
Yeah, you were a big fan of the water. You were like the CG water, the pre-rendered water is like.
It did look really nice. They had a bunch of different characters you could play as. You had some Japanese woman who became a gladiator for some reason. I don't remember the story there, but she like uses a gladius style sword and has a little shield.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Onimusha Way of the Sword had actual gameplay shown, and the main character is revealed to be Musashi Miyamoto. The combat looks like it has a lot of environmental interactions, is what's written here.
Yeah, they show him like pull up a tatami mat and block stuff, show enemies into different objects to break them, show enemies into each other and damage them. So I'm really curious what exactly this is going to play like. It seems like it's doing its own thing, and that's so exciting. I love unique new action games.
Yeah, I'm so happy that it seems like their motivation was, let's make a cool action game. It's not a Souls-like, it's just a cool action game. Seems like we're having the return of cool action games finally, it took so long for the genre to throw off all the Souls trappings and just give us action games.
What is the name of the actor again that's scanned off of or based on rather?
Toshiro Mifune.
Thank you, Toshiro Mifune. Yeah. No. Crazy
Yeah,
that
the
they went
world's
right back
greatest-
to it.
Right?
History's greatest shit-eating grin.
Yep. Really incredible stuff. Looks super compelling.
I need to do what I do with the other Onimusha games and be like, well, I gotta watch his movies.
Yes.
That's a
Not a
fucking
bad
lot
plan.
of movies.
Yeah, no, not all of them. I didn't watch all of the movies that Samanosuke's actor was in. Just one, Returner, which I believe got a 4K release or something recently.
I should also do that 'cause it's a lot of really old movies.
If you're gonna watch one Toshiro Mifune movie, make it Red Sun.
Really?
No,
Okay.
not really.
Okay. I was like, Edgar, I'm open to some real suggestions here. Did you just tell me the
Aggro's
worst
like,
one ever?
No, I'm not.
It was a weird Western he was in with Charles Bronson. I mean, it's not bad, honestly,
Oh,
but
no, that sounds incredible. I need to see that.
Have you seen The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly?
I've seen most of it. I think I've
Okay,
seen
I
it in
was-
pieces.
I was like,
Unfortunately.
that's the one Western I think you've seen, right?
I've seen more than that. I've also seen like the
Tarantino
90s one
ones.
that was made by Sam Raimi.
Oh,
And I've seen another one of the old Clive. Wait,
The-
Clive.
the Sam Raimi one, Until Dawn, right?
That's right.
so The Quick and the Dead. And are you trying to remember Clint Eastwood?
Yes. Clint. Yeah. That was like starts as a CL.
Clint Eastwood's Jericho.
Yes. Yeah, and I've seen at least one more Clint Eastwood movie.
Okay.
But I haven't really seen any of the super like before Clint Eastwood era of cowboy movies with they have the cheesier style to them. I can't remember the main actor.
Well,
that's
you
known
would
for those.
die before you finished watching.
Yes.
A sizable amount of those.
And I've seen Wyatt Earp.
God, even movies used to be able to just come out nonstop. Like they used to be able to make those fucking things in such a short a period of time and then release them. And games went through the same fucking thing.
Mm-hmm.
Weird.
Did you see Wyatt Earp or Tombstone?
I saw the one that was released in the 90s.
Right. Kevin Costner?
I don't remember.
He's
saw it.
he's
on
relying on
theater.
his child brain.
Right. I saw it on the theater on release. It was just 3 hours long. Does that help?
Not really.
Oh, no, that's Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater. It's coming out August 28th.
Which we kind of knew last week, but figured throw it in here.
Yep. Konami teased some sort of Bomberman mode afterward on social media with an image. That's exciting as hell.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
They have had Snake come in to record new lines for placing bombs down.
It's different. This is a
This
different.
is a different one.
You're excellent at placing those bombs. Who taught you? My senpai.
Could you imagine you did it like actually against Metal Gear characters? Like to have a full Bomberman mode where it's like, yeah, the boss and
Yeah. No, and like Liquid Snake.
Liquid Snake.
Brother! That's his victory dance. He does like that. And yeah, it's real good. Hell is Us is out September 4th for anyone who doesn't remember. That is the Death Stranding inspired Dark Souls game. That is made by new people, I believe. We don't have any expectations of them.
Yeah, I didn't go double check. I don't remember if they had any pedigree to their studio.
They're so obviously super into Death Stranding, and that's cool as shit.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah, man. Do it. I'm super interested in this. Too bad. Oh, does it in fact have Deus Ex guy with Adam Jensen? What? And the art director worked on Deus Ex. That's interesting.
Huh.
Huh. Yeah, no, I'm super interested in this. Too bad it is a Souls-like, so I probably will fucking hate playing it. They need baby ass I want to see the story mode for my ass. Because I'll put up with FromSoft doing, a big scale Souls game to get through a Souls experience, but there's literally no way in hell I'll put up with any Souls spinoffs, any Souls inspired games.
Right, especially like a Western studio making an action Souls game. Like, oh man, that's like a perfect recipe to be terrible.
Liza P DLC was announced. Fucking weird.
Yeah, no, it's been 2 years, guys. What was this? It all like presented to like for viewers who may have seen like. Is that something you expect after playing Liza P?
Did you beat Liza P and you expected this?
Somebody said this is actually time travel, and it's sending you back in time to before the puppet uprising.
I see.
I did see it being a prequel in some way, so I guess that's how.
And then because they're like, yeah, it's like none of the bosses they showed in that trailer were puppets. They're like weird alchemist monsters.
And people are saying there's a sequel hook as well. But that's summer this year.
Cool. Maybe Liza P will be incredibly cheap at some point, and I'll pick it up.
Probably.
Dreams of Another is a game made by Q Games, aka the Pixel Junk people, specifically Bion, who is the creative director on this. And it looks like the game Dreams to a significant extent.
It really does.
And you take someone that looks like Little Nemo and you take an AK and you shoot up the space to form reality. Because through destruction, there is birth. Life is given through destruction. This is a very interesting trailer. This is the most fascinated I've been by a Q Games game in a really long time. I'm super interested in what the hell this game is. But that's coming out this year.
I wish that they would go back to just making like smaller scale arcadey games, but I'm curious what this is.
Yep. Oh, right. And they actually did announce a VR mode for that, which is weird.
That is pretty weird. This
That's weird. Days Gone Remaster confirmed for PS5 with new content, which seems like funny modes. Not
right.
new
Not
story.
like actually new story or anything.
As far as we know, anyway. Who knows? Maybe they get to slip in a teaser, another one for a sequel, and then they actually make a sequel because, hey, maybe Sony Ben shouldn't be making a service game. Anyway, $10 upgrades for PS4 users. It's April 25th. What a great news announcement.
Except they explicitly say in that in the state of play in tiny text, if you have the free version that PS5 owners with PS Plus could get for the first 2 years of the PS5's lifespan, you cannot upgrade that version. Even though they let you do that to Horizon, a much more fucking obviously expensive upgrade.
Right? Which is, it's super weird because when I read that, I went to try and look at how much it would cost to purchase Days Gone digitally. I can't because I have that version.
Yeah.
So how are they going to fix
All
this?
they've done is give us a bunch of free games that then fuck us out of being able to have bought it at a reasonable price.
Well, Bob, once the PS5 version comes out, you'll be able to pay $50 for it.
Yeah, it's just like I can't even buy the PS4. It's such a stupid thing they've done. How could they do this?
Maybe they'll back down on this once we get closer to it actually coming out. And they're like, oh, right, a lot of people can't fucking buy it because we did this dumb thing. Or just, ain't nobody giving you full price for this. You know what a lot of people might do? Give you $10 to upgrade something they got for free already.
Yep.
Yeah.
I would do that in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
I did it with fucking Horizon Zero Dawn. Do you understand the gravity of that sentence from me?
I did it with Tiny Tina's Wonderlands.
See? So, of course, all four of us would have done it for Days Gone.
Days Gone whips that game's ass.
Let's see. Stellar Blade Nikke crossover is coming to PS5 and PC June?
Yeah.
You
June.
you excited?
No.
Oh.
I'm kind of interested in what they do with it, but it's like there's no good way to play the new content you got to that game. Fix that.
Yeah, like it's going to be 25 minutes of new things and then costumes.
Right. In the 25 minutes, the new things will be somewhere hidden in the open world that I can't get back to unless I play like 10 hours.
Nope.
Yeah, the structure of that game is not conducive to what they want to do with these.
Yeah, it's like, dude, just make a warp point at the last save point. How is it this bad?
Did they?
And this is the first time they've announced when the PC version's coming as well.
Oh, cool.
So
Great.
that's cool. They say it's going to run great. It's going to be perfect. It's going to be great on PC. It's going to sell 1 million copies.
we've been seeing a lot of things we saw coming somewhat during the state of play. They needed to start showing us the new things we get excited about and put on our most anticipated games for several years straight. So they showed off Tides of Annihilation.
Insane looking.
Mm-hmm.
They even showed a teeny tiny bit of gameplay, which I didn't expect.
It's running on PS5 Pro, I believe. That's what they said.
So.
Right?
That's what they say at the start.
It looked fucking bonkers.
Yeah.
Seemed to be an action game, like a cool action game, and not a Souls-like seemingly.
Yeah.
It seemed like they're going for old style God of War, where they show the main character like shimmying across a beam and sliding down a collapsing thing, and then some 3D, some like action combat with cool powers.
Yeah,
like it looks like God of War.
A lot of summoning creatures looked a lot like Knight's Contract in that way. You know, everyone loves that game.
Chat, why didn't you react to that? It looks like Knight's Contract. Aggro, I can't believe this. Aggro, you heard that Bob just said it looked like Knight's Contract.
I'm choosing to not have heard that he said that.
Bob, I'm starting to think
I
nobody
still don't really
fucking
know what
knows
that
what.
game
Yeah,
is.
Yeah, that's fair.
I vaguely know, but still not really.
I saw other people online comparing it to Chaos Legion, which is also somewhat accurate, I guess.
I guess. It's
But really-
nice contract, though.
Obviously.
I don't know. I played. I was looking through my binder of random discs I don't have cases for, and it's like, oh hey, look, Chaos Legion. I played one level of that and immediately understood the Penny Arcade comic where the guy is trying to buy Chaos Legion and Gabe tackles him screaming, "No!"
Yeah. Metal Eden is out in May. Bob, what is Metal Eden?
We watched the trailer for it, and I watched it several times trying to think of what to say about it. It's so hard. Like, it's a futuristic-looking game where you play as this girl in a spacesuit fighting robots, and she's got wings on her spacesuit and flies around, and it's first person. I don't know what to say.
I think it has a Steam listing as well. Let me see real quick.
Yeah, probably.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it look cool. I'm seeing it's Ruiner 2. It did look rather Ruiner. Do you think Ruiner gets more neurons activated or Knight's Contract? Which of these?
I don't know Ruiner, so obviously fewer.
Yeah, that's how that works.
That's how it works.
Everyone is me.
Yes.
Yeah, that game looked really sick. According to Steam, it is similar to Doom Eternal and Cyberpunk. But yeah, that's coming out May 6th.
It's funny because I saw it and was like, is this the new?
It's the same dev as Ruiner. Ah, that makes sense.
Is this the new Housemarque game? And it just turned out this was not the new Housemarque game.
I know. But there was a Housemarque game. Are we there yet?
No, not yet.
No, not yet. Mind's Eye from Leslie Benzies is out summer 2025. The fuck's Leslie Benzies?
Leslie Benzies is the former president of Rockstar North. He was the lead programmer on Space Station Silicon Valley and producer on GTA 3 through 5, including all expansions and other things in between. So Vice City.
Wait a second.
Everything.
Wait a second. Is this guy the Benz? Like, we need the Benz from fucking GTA stories? No way.
Probably.
Is this the guy they were... I sat through that thing and I'm like, I don't know who the fuck this is. That guy's the Benz? You should have fucking just said the Benz. And I'm gonna be like, oh fuck, it's the Benz! Anyways, yeah, they showed a fucking trailer for a game that was clearly a game that would popped up during 7th gen, but it had current graphics. Not like future graphics that look shitty and terrible, but like current graphics. And I was like, yo, that's gonna be a great stream.
Yeah. That explains why it had GTA driving in it.
Yeah, it sure fucking did, because they showed that. I'm like, yeah, this is great. They stuck a 7th gen shooter with a twist on screen and then showed me GTA driving for some reason. I think that didn't really happen in a lot of those.
Right? Not ones you control directly. It was usually like, oh, you're in the back seat.
Bro, why didn't you just say it's the Benz? That was the dude that they would literally all like, we can't do this without the beds. We need the beds. Because this is, I'm serious. We covered this on Big Thick. I don't remember what episode this was. Anyways, lead programmer on Space Station Silicon Valley. That's how I know Tosh is asleep. Producer on GTA 3 through 5. They needed him for 5, Bob.
Damn.
They needed the beds. I'm about to just record me going, we need the beds. And then just throughout the stream, people can just play that sound. God. That's awesome. Yeah, no, this, as I said, during the state of play, if this motherfucker if we just had a few of these a year, every year, so much of gaming would heal. Because some people just want a really cool, fun action experience with a twist that looks nice.
They want to play a movie.
That's it.
Yeah.
Everyone acts like they're above making a shooter. No, you aren't.
And they want a really dumb twist that may involve the main character's wife.
Almost definitely involves the character's wife. I'm excited. And that is Mind's Eye out this summer.
We got one final piece of news.
Well, I got one more state of play thing.
Oh, right. Go ahead.
Yeah, don't tell me around. This is
Sorry,
important.
I forgot about the report.
This is so important. Yo, Housemarque, their game's announced, so I don't have to live in terror that it was a live service game and that it got canceled and they're going to shut the studio down. Sincerely, that actually relieves me to know, because
Yeah, that's good.
holy shit, I cannot tell you how many times a week I stared into the middle distance and just went, we're approaching 4 years, and they haven't even announced it. And the creative director of fucking Returnal left. Anyway, they announced a new game with a CG trailer for some reason. They're like, so get to check this out. You die, and there's a narrative reason, and it's very cool. Anyway, here's this famous actor, we promise. And I'm like, no. You got an actor. I can tell that much.
Yeah.
They're like, we're going to show you more of the gameplay later this year. And I'm like, if this was any other context, I would just be fucking pissed you announced this. But I spent several fucking days every week for the past several months going, any day now, I get to cover the fact Housemarque's dead.
Yeah.
Fuck me.
The blog post went into a little bit more detail, and unlike Returnal, which was kind of a pure roguelike, this is going to, because he says in the trailer, each time I come back stronger.
Come back stronger is like there's
this is going to have like more of a
catchphrase.
permanent progression system that carries between your runs.
good.
That makes sense. Man, they sure did promote this with like the thing I hated most about Returnal of like, hey, our cool narrative that's so important. It's like, that was the worst part of your game. I wish that weren't even in the game. I hate him being a high fidelity real person too. Just stop.
I don't have a problem with that part. I think Returnal being the exact circumstances of its birth is why it was so oil and water. I expect this will be integrated as a narrative a lot fucking better because holy shit.
And
Yeah,
if it's
like, I have
not, we
nothing-
can start going Sucker Punch 2.
I have nothing but optimism because this seems like a revenge game. Like not a video game themed on revenge, a video game whose creation is an act of revenge.
I'm excited for them to show gameplay. The funniest part is when we went, is this Sony Santa Monica? They're doing a sci-fi thing.
Right.
Is this Housemarque? This could be Housemarque. Oh, they're talking about like roguelike stuff. This is probably Housemarque. And then in the reflection of the guy's eyes, you see the enemy shoot a bullet hell pattern. And I'm like, oh, it's fucking Housemarque. Okay. Yes. Yeah, it's gonna be out next year, and we're gonna see gameplay later this year. Thank God I no longer have to worry about Housemarque shutting down.
Man, you're
Yet.
taking a Housemarque. How many years will it be by the time it comes out? Next year?
5. It'll be 5 years by the time this ships, unless it ships in January or February.
It's crazy.
Actually, maybe just January. Yeah, it's a little loopy. But again, part of that was COVID. Part of that was rebuilding the studio. And clearly something was up because the prior creative director left. So one can hope that things only get smoother from here. We shall see. We shall see. Either way, I get to be excited because this sounds fucking crazy probably. I think more so than Death Stranding 2 or Ghost of Yotei, a new Housemarque game sure justifies the PS5 Pro's fucking pisser. Because if there's one thing I don't want to play is another Housemarque game reliant on the TAA and fucking Unreal Engine. Which this undoubtedly runs on.
Yeah, of course. Like that's what their last game used.
Yeah, I don't think Housemarque made a new engine from the ground up, and this is hell would freeze over if they made a Housemarque game in the Decima engine.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, that's it for the state of play.
We had one more thing that hasn't been hard confirmed yet, but the image looks pretty real, so I'm saying it's probably real.
Okay.
We got a leak for the first season of DLC for Fatal Fury: City of the Wolves.
Are you sure you want to look, Bob?
He looked, I can tell from the crowd.
Yeah.
They are Andy Bogard, who finally has a design that I think looks kind of cool.
Yeah, that looks fine. Like, wow, how'd you do it?
Ken from Street Fighter, because I guess that this is the exchange for Terry and Mai being in Street Fighter. Joe Higashi, who now has glasses, fucking dweeb.
I really like that. Him having glasses is very funny because they changed nothing else about his design. Nothing.
Yeah, it's true. They didn't. Then Chun-Li. And then Mr. Big. I love that. I can't believe Mr. Big is back.
That's awesome.
I'm kind of just upset that Joe and Andy didn't make it to the base roster. It's like, those are like the main character. What are you doing?
I guess it's because they weren't in like Garo.
Right, they weren't in Garo.
I'm more upset that this seems like it's like Blue Mary will be season 2 at the earliest.
We don't know the whole original roster yet, do we?
Maybe not.
Yeah, I was like, come on, Blue Mary's got to beat that, right? I guess she also wasn't in Garo. Man, another time. At least this is 5 characters, so it's fewer of your cast is just crossover fighters, but it still is a large chunk of them.
Yeah, and
Okay,
they're
Chad
coming
is
out
saying that we still have 3 slots that have not been announced yet for.
Okay.
based on this roadmap's timing, this is a faster clip than Street Fighter 6 because 2 of them are in the summer. One of them's in fall, one's in winter, one's early 2026.
Right,
So that's like 5
not
characters in less than a year after it launches.
Right, that's not waiting an entire year and that's all you get.
And somebody in chat said, imagine if Ken and Guile were DLC in Street Fighter 6. Guile was DLC in Street Fighter 5.
Yeah. Yeah, again, like it's funny. It's even funnier this way because like when a Fatal Fury character goes to Street Fighter, they get to look the best they've ever looked, like the highest
Yes.
fidelity
No,
ever.
I'm 100% with you on this train of thought.
They come here, it's like we get to see maybe the ugliest, one of the uglier versions. It's not the ugliest.
Garo looks all right.
Have you seen?
It's hard to be uglier than 5.
Yeah,
You've heard of Violent Ken, but have you heard of Fugly Ken?
right.
Yeah,
Like-
it's in 5.
Oh no!
Right, exactly. Like it's not the worst versions ever, but it's literally just worse versions of what's out on the other.
I
already.
appreciate that we will get to see how big SNK thinks Chun-Li's ass should be.
We need the important statistics here.
Fucking Chris is doing the Gendo pose, and he's like, "Okay, let's see SNK's
I'm like
ass."
on fucking Shark Tank. You have a different contestant.
Yes. I'm not sure I'm ready to invest in this. That's it. That's it for news.
I wonder what event this is going to be announced at.
Me too. It's got to be something you would think, but
Right?
maybe not. Maybe
Isn't
it's
there
just-
supposed to be like
yeah,
some kind of
okay.
Evo event relatively soon?
Like,
Oh man, they
'cause
do.
Evo's always in like.
Well, no, main
Yeah,
Evo.
but there's different.
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
different.
there's-
Yeah,
there's
they got the
Evo
Evos.
Japan in April.
Oh, that got
Okay, so
Sorry,
that-
that
yeah.
other years.
Oh,
That's
I don't
been
know when
in
that is.
January.
I don't know when.
So
It's in May this year. Evo Japan is in May this year. But there was some kind of Evo event announcement that I maybe that wasn't even a
Evo
tournament.
Awards are this weekend, says
Oh.
Chad.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
There we go. Now we know. Now we know. Again, Tomorrow, Bob and I are playing Avowed.
Deal with it.
That's right. We're playing an Xbox game. And we're giving Microsoft $25 for the privilege of you giving a remote shit.
The bell's gonna get some use tomorrow.
God, is it ever. God, is it ever. Oh, my God. Chris, what are you up to?
South Park, the stick of truth.
Dr. Aggro.
I found a tree about 3 blocks down from my house that I'm pretty sure is haunted, so I'm gonna stake it out.
Okay.
You got the ghost equipment, like the radios and things?
You know, I have a cell phone. Who the fuck am I gonna radio?
No,
Do
you're
you think I
supposed to-
own like a ghost hunting company? When would I have time to do that, Bob?
I assume the tree only got interest from you now rather than before because you got duped into buying some package deal thing where you just got a bunch of ghost hunting pieces of equipment. Is that not what happened?
So you think I bought a kit to go hunt ghosts,
Yeah.
and so then found, air quotes, some ghosts
No.
to use the kit on?
No, I think you knew the tree was there and you just sort of ignored it, like you, me, and our other roommate ignored the fact the kitchen light stopped working a long time ago in that house we shared, and we just sort of just walked past it and went, whatever, there's enough light.
See, I know Aggro doesn't do ghost hunting because all you would have to do is give Aggro a wide brim hat and a trench coat, and he would look like Dusk Dude. So we would know he would own those things if he was a ghost hunter.
Oh, no.
Chris, I don't know how to tell you this.
Yeah, I was like, we have footage of him wearing those things.
Aggro might be Dusk Dude.
Stunning revelations here at the end of this big thing to mention. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Good night. Did you note that apparently you can track the average life expectancy to go higher as people are in different pay brackets? That's weird. That's an unsettling truth. And that you can affect the pay brackets of the people on this very podcast by going to patreon.com/gbpodcast, where you can get extras for Gamer Premonitions, Armchair Devs, and more, and access to the movie Isolation 119. That's patreon.com/gbpodcast.